Hello. Hello. I don't believe this is displaying my proper screen capture, so let me change it here. There we go. Awesome. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. My name is Michael. I am here. I just uploaded a video on my channel today, so feel free to check that out. That went over the Python crash course problems, chapter 3, 3-1, 2, and 3. So go ahead and check those out. Just getting started with lists. And tomorrow I'm going to upload another one of those videos going over the next couple of problems. All right. So today is a exciting day. Let me go ahead and just lower my volume slightly. It's kind of peeking into the yellow there. There we go. Yeah, today is an exciting day because I'm going to be we are at 100 subscribers. That's so awesome. Like, it was overnight, it just popped over, and it was sort of continue to kind of go up a little bit. So really big shout out and big thank you to everybody who is participating in the stream into the channel. This would not be happen obviously without you guys, you know, showing interest and engaging with me in these streams and in my videos. It really helps to motivate me to continue learning because that means maybe you guys are also learning as well. So really awesome and super exciting, in my opinion, and I'm super proud and super happy. Anyways, so for today's agenda, today is November 29th. It's a holiday, day after Thanksgiving here for Americans. And so I'm going to do a little bit of a longer stream. I think I'm going to go for maybe 4 or 5, hopefully maybe even longer than that. 6 hours, that'd be kind of crazy. But we're going to study, and I am really motivated right now, and I'm feeling good. So let's get right into it. So, excuse me. So we are almost done with chapter 2 here in the data structures and algorithms book. So we're making some progress. We're pushing through it here. So let's just continue. So namespace is 2.5 in object orientation. All right. Let me go ahead and just take out my AirPods really quick. It's kind of bugging me. All right. A namespace is an abstraction that manages all of the identifiers that are defined in a particular scope, mapping each name to its associated value. In Python, functions, classes, and modules are all first-class objects, and so the quote value associated with an identifier in a namespace may be in fact a function, class, or module. Right? In section 1.1, we explore Python's use of namespaces to manage identifiers that are defined with global scope versus those defined within the local scope of a function call. In this section, we discuss the important role of namespaces in Python's management and object orientation. Instance and class namespaces. We begin by exploring what is known as the instance namespace, which manages attributes specific to an individual object. For example, each instance of our credit card class maintains a distinct balance, a distinct account number, and a distinct credit limit, and so on, even though some instances may coincidentally have equivalent balances or equivalent credit limits. Each credit card will have a dedicated instance namespace to manage such values, right? There is a separate class namespace for each class that has been defined. This namespace is used to manage members that are to be shared of all instances of a class, or used without reference to any particular instance. For example, the make_payment method of the credit card class from section 2.1 is not stored independently, right? Make payment. That member function is stored within the namespace of the credit card class. Based on our definition from code fragment 2.1 and 2.2, the credit card class namespace includes the functions under init, get customer, get bank, get account, get balance, get limit, charge, and make payment. Our predatory credit card class has its own namespace containing the 3 methods we defined for that subclass: dunder init, charge, and process month. Right, so you have a class namespace which has all the dunder init, the dunder add, the dunder all those types of overrides, operator overloading, class methods, everything like that is associated within the class namespace. But then you have a namespace within the instance where when you create instances, those have their own attributes, right? So figure 2.8 provides a portrayal of three such namespaces: a class namespace containing the methods of the credit card class, another class namespace with the methods of the predatory class, finally a single instance. Okay, this is figure 2.8. Figure 2.8 provides and portrays three such namespaces: a class namespace containing the methods of the credit card class, another class namespace, another class namespace with the methods of the predatory class in B here, and a final single instance space namespace for the sample instance of the predatory class, right? We note that there are two different definitions of a function named charge, one in the credit card class and one the overriding method in the predatory class. In similar fashion, there are two distinct dunder init implementations. However, process month is a name that is only defined within the scope of the predatory class, right? Because this predatory class is a credit card that charges APY, right? So it has to factor in month. It is a name that's only defined within the scope of the predatory class. The instance namespace includes all data members for the instance, including the underscore APR member that is established by the predatory class constructor. So even though, okay, so the instance includes this because it pulls from this. Yeah. So conceptual view of the three namespaces: A, the class namespace for the credit card; B, the class namespace for the predatory credit card; and C, the instance namespace for the predatory credit card object. Right? So how entries are established in a namespace. It is important to understand why a member such as underscore balance resides in a credit card's instance namespace, while a member such as make payment resides in the class namespace. Balance is established within the dunder init method when a new credit card instance is constructed. The original assignment uses the syntax self._balance to equal 0, where self is an identifier for the newly constructed instance. Exactly. The use of the self as the qualifier for self._balance in such an assignment causes the underscore balance identifier to be added directly to the instance namespace. Yes, exactly. When inheritance is used, there is still a single instance namespace per object. For example, Copter, hello, thanks for joining. Appreciate you coming in, leaving a comment. How are you doing today? How's your, do you celebrate any Thanksgiving or any holidays these past couple of days? For example, when an instance of the predatory credit card class is constructed, the underscore APR attribute as well as all attributes such as underscore balance and underscore limit all reside in the instance namespace. But because all are assigned using qualified syntax such as self._APR. A class namespace includes all declarations that are made directly within the body of the class definition. For example, our credit card class define includes the following construction: credit card class def make payment. Because the make payment function is declared within the scope of the credit card class, the function becomes associated with the name make payment within the credit card class namespace. Although member functions are the most typical types of entries that are declared in the namespace, we next discuss how other types of data values or even other classes can be declared within this class namespace. Interesting. All right, Copter says, no, this day I have a math competition soon. Oh wow, nice. What math are you learning, and what do you go? What does it kind of consist of? That's really interesting. That's cool. All right, class data members. A class level data member is often used when there is some value such as a constant that is to be shared by all instances of a class. In such a case, it would be unnecessarily wasteful to have each instance store that value in its instance namespace. As an example, we revisit the predatory credit card class introduced in section 2.4.1. The class assesses a $5 fee if an attempted charge is denied because of the credit limit, right? So if you try to make a charge and you're at your limit already and you can't do it, well, you tack on a $5 fee, right? Our choice of the $5 fee was somewhat arbitrary, and our coding style would be better if we used a named variable rather than embedding the literal value in the code. Okay. Often, the amount of such a fee is determined by the bank's policy and does not vary for each customer. In that case, we could define and use a class data member as the following. So you just made it all capitals to find that this variable should not be changed. It's kind of like a permanent variable, but we can't. We just do those syntax with syntax. All right. So the data member over limit underscore fee is entered into the predatory card class namespace because the assignment takes place within the immediate scope of the class definition and without any qualifying identifier. Nested classes, right? And so to access the variable within the class namespace, you have to first reference the class and then that variable. Nested classes. It is also possible to nest one class definition within the scope of another class. This is a useful construct which we will exploit several times in this book in the implementation of data structures. This can be done by using a syntax such as class A, class B. Okay. In this case, class B is the nested class. So hold on, this is kind of interesting. It is also possible to nest one class within the scope of another class. This is a useful construct which we will exploit several times in the book. Okay. So in this case, class B is the nested class. The identifier B is entered into the namespace class A associated with the newly defined class. See you, Copter. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping. Appreciate it. We note that this technique is unrelated to the concept of inheritance, as class B does not inherit from class A. Is unrelated to the concept of inheritance. This is nesting. The identifier B is entered into the same namespace as A, associated with the newly defined class. Okay. As class B does not inherit from class A. Nesting one class in the scope of another makes clear that the nested class exists for support of the outer class. Furthermore, it can help reduce potential name conflicts because it will allow for a similarly named class to exist in another context. For example, we will later introduce a data structure known as a linked list, and will define a nested node class to store the individual components of the list. We will also introduce a data structure known as a tree that depends upon its own nested node class. These two structures rely on different node definitions, and by nesting these within the respective container classes, we avoid ambiguity. Another advantage of one class being nested as a member of another is that it would allow for a more advanced form of inheritance in which a subclass of the outer class overrides the definition of its nested class. We will make use of this technique in section 11.2.1 when specializing the nodes of the tree structure. Okay, we'll come back to this, it sounds like. Dictionary and the Dunder-Slots declaration. By default, Python represents each namespace with an instance of the built-in dict class. Okay, so it represents a namespace with a dict object, okay? That maps identifying names in that scope to the associated object. While a dictionary structure supports relatively efficient name lookups, it requires additional memory usage beyond the raw data that it stores. We will explore the data structure used to implement dictionaries in Chapter 10. Python provides a more direct mechanism for representing instance namespaces that avoids the use of an auxiliary dictionary. To use the streamlined representation for all instances of a class, that class definition must provide a class-level member named Dunder-Slots that is assigned to a fixed sequence of strings that serve as names for instance variables. For example, our credit card class would declare the following. class credit card. Dunder slots equals, quote, under customer, under bank, under account, under balance, under limit. In this example, the right-hand side of the assignment is technically a tuple. Yeah, right, okay. When inheritance is used, if the balance class declares dunder slots, a subclass must also declare dunder slots. When inheritance is used, if the base class declares dunder slots, a subclass must also declare the dunder slots to avoid creation of instance dictionaries. The declaration in the subclass should only include names of supplemental methods that are newly introduced. For example, our predatory credit card class declaration would include the following declaration: dunder slots equals, quote, under APR. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, so you don't have to, when you inherit from another class, you only have to call dunder slots on you don't have to super anything. Okay, we could choose to use the dunder slots declaration to streamline every class in this book. However, we do not need to do so. We do not do so because such rigor would be atypical for Python programs. With that said, there are a few classes in this book for which we expect to have a large number of instances, each representing a lightweight construct. For example, when discussing nested classes, we suggest linked lists and trees as data structures that are often comprised of large number of individual nodes to promote greater efficiency in memory usage. We will use an explicit dunder slots declaration in any nested class for which we expect many instances. Okay, so for example, when discussing nested classes, we suggest linked lists and trees as data structures, yes, that are often comprised of a large number of individual nodes. To promote greater efficiency in memory usage, we will use an explicit dunder slots declaration in any nested class for which we expect many instances. In the previous section, we discussed okay, so I'm going to look that up. Let's go explain in simple terms nodes. Oh no, slots. In Python, dunder slots is a way to make your objects more memory efficient by restricting the attributes variables that you can add to them. Normally, when you create a Python class, Python allows you to add any attributes to an object. These attributes are stored within the special dictionary dunderdict, which makes adding new attributes flexible but uses more memory. With dunder slots, if you know in advance what attributes your object will have, you can use dunder slots to tell Python exactly what they are. This removes the dunderdict, saving memory and making your object slightly faster to work with. However, you'll lose the ability to add new unexpected attributes. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So without dunder slot, so class person okay, let's make this a little bit bigger. So without the slots in normal, class defining, we define the class person, we initialize it, we give them a name and an age for every instance. And then we create the person, assign it to variable p, and then print out the height. Okay? Alice 30, height equal p dot height equals 5.5. Oh, so the person can set things, variables of their own. So as you already established this object, right? You already established this person object. The user can then add on in the code, they can create a height parameter attribute and give it an assignment, right? So by pre-establishing dunder slots for name and age, you cannot override the initialization and add on attributes within the program itself. So underslots makes it so that the user can not make custom attribute for their objects after they are made. They are instead bound to the preset attributes given in the initial program. Yes, exactly. When you use underslots, you define a fixed set of attributes that objects of the class can have. The user or programmer cannot create new custom attributes that after the object is created. They are restricted to only the attributes listed in underslots. Here's a breakdown. Cool. So that gave us a lot of information on underslots then. So that's interesting. Let me quickly go here. Let me look to Google Docs. I kind of want to write these down somehow, but I'll just keep moving here. We're almost done with the chapter. Okay. The name resolution dynamic dispatch. In the previous section, we discussed various namespaces and the mechanisms for establishing entries in those namespaces. In this section, we examine the process that is used when retrieving a name in Python's object-oriented framework. When the dot operator syntax is used to access an existing member, such as object.foo, the Python interpreter begins a name resolution process described as the follows. The instance namespace is searched. If the desired name is found, its associated value is used. Otherwise, the class namespace for the class to which the instance belonged to is searched. If the claim is found, its associated value is used. If the name was not found in the immediate class namespace, the search continues upward through the inheritance hierarchy, checking the class namespace for each ancestor commonly by checking the superclass, then its superclass on, and so on. The first time the name is found, its associated value is used. If the name has not been found, it's still not found, an attribute error is raised. As tangible example, okay, cool. Hello, General Talks. I appreciate you coming and leaving a comment. It's really awesome. Thanks for coming in. We're just reading data structures and algorithms in Python here. We're on chapter 2. We're almost done with it. Just learning all about object-oriented programming, just kind of a refresher on a lot of things, but also getting a lot of more intricate details provided by these authors. So really interesting stuff, and then we're going to move on to some problems, and then later on in the stream actually get into a project I'm working on in Python, a small business manager, developing, tracking inventory sales, and generating like tax reports, stuff like that. So if you're interested, please follow along to the stream if that's something that sounds very interesting to you. Because that's what we're going to be working on. And I learn Python and study and try to stream, I try to stream every day, but obviously we had some holidays the past couple of days, so I've been a little busy. Okay, so let's do an example here. As a tangible example, let's assume that my card identifies as an instance of the predatory credit card class. Consider the following possible usage patterns. Okay, so let's assume that my card identifies as an instance. Okay, so we have the predatory credit card class, right? We use the base class credit card to make a predatory credit card class that inherits from credit card. And the only difference is that predatory credit card class has an APY attribute added to it. So it has that little bit of a kicker. So my card is the representation of the object in this case. So my card underscore balance or equivalent self underscore balance from which within the method of a body, the underscore balance method is found within the instance namespace for my card. Cool. The process month, the instance.process month method, the search begins for the instance namespace, but the namespace process method is not found in that namespace. As a result, the predatory credit card class namespace is searched, and in this case, it's used, right? So this is looking for the method that's within that class, right? Because you have this kind of function parameter on the end. My card make payment 200. The search. Okay, so this just shows you the namespace that's going on. The make payment is found in the credit card class, and thus is used in that inheritance. And then the charge is searched for the name charge, fails in the instance namespace. The next namespace is using the predatory credit card class because that is the true type of the instance, right? There's a definition for a charge function in the predatory credit card class. Sorry, getting tongue twisters here. And so the charge method is used there. So just talking about inheritance, pretty easy stuff. General Talk says, I'm learning DSA too. Well, awesome. This is a perfect place to be then. We are going to learn together. All right. So in the last case shown, notice how the existence of a charge function in the predatory credit card class has the effect of overriding the version of the function that exists in the credit card namespace. In traditional object-oriented program terminology, Python uses what is known as a dynamic dispatch or dynamic binding to determine at runtime which implementation of a function to call based upon the type of the object upon which it is invoked. This is in contrast to some languages using static dispatching, making a compile time decision as to which version of a function to call based upon the declared type of a variable. I want to look that up. Static versus dynamic dispatch. Spelled that wrong. The term static versus dynamic dispatch describes how a programming language determines which function or method to call at runtime or compile. Okay, static dispatch, compile time binding. What it is that this method or function to be executed is determined at compile time, which means the decision of what to call is based on the declared type of the object, not at its actual runtime. Key features. Faster because the function to call is resolved before the program runs. Does not consider runtime polymorphism or inheritance. Used in languages with strong typing and no runtime method. Python does not natively support static dispatch because it's dynamically typed, but consider the pseudo syntax. So the class A has a function in it, say hello, of the object itself. So print hello from A. Okay, so we make the object, and then we use always calls A's method resolved based on object's static typing. Okay, so it's just, you can't like inherit, plug in variables into class objects or something, like in a sense. Not literally, but for lack of better words. Interesting. It's like it takes everything at face value, and there is no like backup mechanism, right? So in this example above, it's if it didn't find the make payment method within the instance namespace, well, it looked in the class namespace. If it didn't find it there, it looked in that class namespace. And so what the static is talking about is I think is what it's referring to, is that if it's not found in that first namespace, it's going to give you an error. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Hopefully that's right. Shallow and deep copying. In chapter 1, we emphasize that an assignment statement foo equals bar makes the name foo as an alias for the object identified as bar. In this section, we consider the task of making a copy of an object rather than an alias. This is necessary in application when we want to subsequently modify either the original or the copy in an independent manner. Consider the scenario in which we manage various lists of colors, with each color represented by an instance of a presumed color class. Let identifier warm tones denote an existing list of such colors: browns, oranges, browns. In this application, we wish to create a new list named palette, in which is a copy of the warm tones list. However, we want to subsequently be able to add additional colors to palette, or to modify or remove some of the existing colors without affecting the contents of warm tones. If we were to execute the command palette equals warm tones, this creates an alias as shown in figure 2.9. No new list is created. So this just creates an alias via like dynamic typing, right? Where you can modify warm tones, which will then essentially modify palette as well. There's no new list. They can be referenced or called in as either of these variables, such as I respond to the name Mike or I respond to both the name Mike and Michael. I have an alias, Mike and Michael. They both respond to me, or they both refer to me, not a copy of me, right? Mike is not like my evil twin or something. So that's exactly like that. Hello, Eric. I appreciate you joining in. Yeah, this is Data Structures and Algorithms in Python. I'm on chapter 2 here, page 101. Honestly, didn't think I started this book. The word and terminology was pretty difficult as I started getting going. I was like, man, this is going to be kind of difficult. But after the course of 5-6 study sessions here, we're already on page 101 and completed the all of the R problems at the end of chapter 1, and we'll get into those at the end of chapter 2 here. We're almost done with chapter 2, so little by little making progress, more than I thought I would be too, and really understanding stuff is really starting to come together, and taking notes and asking, looking up other stuff, and yeah, so if that's something you're interested in, feel free to follow along. Appreciate you coming in. All right. Okay, so yeah, exactly. So warm tones and palette equal the same thing, like Mike and Michael. Unfortunately, this does not meet our desired criteria, because if we subsequently add or remove colors from palette, we modify the list identified as warm tones as well. Exactly. If I punch out my teeth, right? If I punch out my own tooth, Mike and Michael, myself, has one less tooth, right? If you modify me in any way, you modify Mike too. Instead, we can create a new instance of the list class by using the syntax palette equals list warm tones. In this case, we explicitly call the list constructor, sending the first list as a parameter. This causes a new list to be created as shown in the figure 2.1. However, it is what is known as a shallow copy. Interesting. Shallow copy. So by using palette equals using a list, calling list onto warm tones, you can create it. But it's a shallow copy. What's a shallow copy? The new list is initialized so its contents are precisely the same as the original sequence. However, Python's lists are referential. See page 9 of section 1.2.3. And so its new list represents a sequence of references to the same elements as in the first. So this is what it means. So warm tones has color red, green, blue. And no, let's look this up. Yeah, I'll show you the if you I can't really drop you a PDF of it right now, but you can either just Google it. It should come up pretty like one of the top results, just this exact name from up here. Or feel free to join my Discord, no charge, free community, just of sharing all my resources for my learning from CS50P, all the books I'm doing, all the courses online I'm doing, independent learning. You can join my Discord and then see that PDF that's shared just in that that community, that tab associated with this study unit. But yeah, so the authors are kind of a long name. It's 3 people. So shallow copy. Shallow copy. A shallow copy is a new object that is a copy of the original object, but it only copies references to the elements, not the elements themselves. This means that for complex objects like lists, dictionaries, or custom objects, the shallow copy contains references to the inner objects as well as the originals. Oh, I'm sorry, the Discord link isn't working. Let me go ahead and get you a new link here. I'm sorry. Let me invite some people. Copy. All right. How about this? Let's put. How about that? There you go. I'll put it in the chat for you. I think that link might have expired. I'll have to update that. I'm sorry. So, the outer constructor or list dictionary is new. The inner elements are not duplicated, they are referenced. Changes to the inner elements. Modifying the inner elements of the shallow copy will also affect the original object since both are shared. So the original has these two lists inside of one list, right? Interesting. Shallow copy. Okay, the new list is initialized, so its contents are precisely the same as the original sequence. However, Python's lists are referential, page 9. We'll have to go back and look at that. And so the new list represents a sequence of references to the same elements as in the first. It's just, no, chat, I just got, it's just the hotkey, on my computer. It's just option, if you have it installed onto your computer, you can just press option, space, and you can get ChatGPT like a quick prompt to show up, kind of like the Spotlight search on Mac. It's just option space instead of command space. So you have warm tones, which is the original list, right? And it has these two lists in it. Okay. Palette is its own list, but references those same lists. Okay. This is a better situation than our first attempt, as we can legitimately add or remove elements from palette without affecting warm tones. Okay. Yeah, because you can add on to palette because it okay, cool. However, if we edit a color instance of the palette list, we effectively change the contents of warm tones. Although palette and warm tones are distinct lists, there remains indirect aliasing. For example, palette 0 and palette 0 and warm tones For example, palette index of 0, so the first position in palette, and warm tones position 0, the first position in warm tones, so this would be the red instance, are aliases for the same color instance. We prefer that palette be what is known as a deep copy of warm tones. In a deep copy, the new copy references its own copies of those objects referenced by the original version. Okay. So yeah, it's completely new objects, right? To create a deep copy, we could populate our list by explicitly making copies of the original color instances, but this requires that we know how to make copies of colors rather than aliasing. Python provides a very convenient module named copy that can produce both shallow copies and deep copies of arbitrary objects. This module supports two functions. The copy function creates a shallow copy of its argument, and the deep copy function creates a deep copy of its argument. After importing the module, we may create a deep copy for our example as shown in figure 2.11 using the command palette equals copy.deepCopy warm tones. Okay, so we Python has a module then. Python has a module to where you can just, it has built-in functions to create either warm copies or deep copies for you. So you can import the copy module and then call the deep copy function and apply it to warm tones to make a palette, which is a deep copy of warm tones. General Talks says tabs. What do you mean by tabs, General Talks? Oh, cool. And that is the end of chapter 2, guys. Awesome. Round of applause for us. A lot of reading out loud here. Thousands of words so far just in chapter 2 alone, or in chapter 2 and 1, but we're slowly making progress. General Talk says, can you suggest me some projects? Yeah, I sure. I mean, try not to overthink it and try to solve the world problems all in one go. Try to just make something over again that's already been made, but don't follow like a tutorial to do it. Try to just recreate it by visually looking at it. Think about how people learn instruments or things like that learn it from ear, or I feel like they drastically improve or are a lot better musicians or things like that. This might be apples and oranges, but hopefully the same mechanisms of studying applies. But by listening to music and figuring it out and trial and error over and over and over again, you learn what works, what doesn't, how to move forward, how to solve problems, and all those basic concepts really come into play when it comes to these. So hopefully that was something. And specific examples, like for my first project I did for my CS50P final project offered through Harvard and EDX. I have a video on my channel just going over that project itself and getting a demo of it for that final project. But it was just like an inventory storage system, because I'm a chemist by profession. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and I work as a formulation chemist, so I deal with a lot of chemicals and managing them both in our own storage system and inventory systems, but also when I request materials, I have to manage them myself and make sure I don't lose them and appropriate. So I decided, what would be kind of interesting? I'll create my own sort of basic inventory storage system that I can load items onto, remove them, update them, take away some and have the remaining be updated, and then display them back to me. And then, from there, it was something that I probably won't use very much or ever use again. But from there, I was able to take those concepts, and then I was able to make a task tracker app, which I was actually able to, track. That was the most recent project I pushed lately, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I still am working on bugs for that ones that I find pretty much almost a couple every study sessions. I pull it up and I'll kind of mess with it, and I'll find a bug and I'll push the new update to GitHub and tell you guys to pull it. And yeah, it's just I built on that. I used actual modules this time and imported date time and tracked dates as opened the program, inserted tasks, inserted due dates for those tasks to have later in the future. Later in the future, as you reopened the program, those tasks were read back via files, right? They were read and then updated because you're later in the future, thus making your due date closer in time. So your due dates and those attributes for those individual objects in this object-oriented programming that I'm reading about. File IO. Exactly. I'm doing it in File IO, but I also was using arrays, lists as well. But I'm not sure. I'm not too big into the differences yet of arrays and lists. But that's the purpose of DSA here, so we're getting there. But yeah, kind of go back to my ramble really quick. I was able to, now I have had a bunch of bugs right with that. It just created a more things I had to check, so I had to look out for, like when I was loading up materials, it wasn't properly updating the objects, and I had to edit my program to fix those bugs. So just by doing that, it really helped me figure out where I went wrong, learn from it, fix it, and then where I went wrong in that, learn from it, fix it. It all builds on itself slowly by slowly. I think people are so focused in instant gratification in today's kind of education system, because you were in school for so long, or you're provided grades and direct feedback. But when you're all alone and individual, it can be very daunting and very easy just to give up or to say, it's hard. But yeah, I save it via files. So file IO. I save all the data via CSV, and it's read using the CSV module provided by Python. But you can check out that on my GitHub. That link's in the description, so hopefully that one works. If that one doesn't, let me know, and I'll put a new one in the chat for you. But you can actually pull that from GitHub, and you can look at all the code. It's live, and it's open for everybody to check out. I wrote it all. I only used a little bit of help just for learning, but I wrote it pretty much all myself, and I felt really proud of it. So it's really awesome, in my opinion. But it's really basic but cool. Anywho. All right, so we just completed chapter 2. So we are on the exercises here. So let me go ahead and actually pull up the terminal here. We want to CD into my repos. We want to CD into the DSA Pi. And then we want to code this, right? So this will bring up my... Oh, I had a chapter 2 notes in here. I forgot I set that up. Interesting. I will do like definition, right? And then I'll do like we'll do like the dunder. What was it? What was it? Sorry. It was dunder slots. I'll put that in here. I'll put we want to do, what was it? Dynamic dispatch. Right? We want to do static dispatch. And then we have also alias, copy, or alias, that's fine. We already know, and then we'll do shallow, copy, and then we have, what was it, deep copy, like so. So then we'll just give these a little bit of like formatting, like so. Like so. So I'll fill in those definitions later. All right. So chapter 2. Let's go ahead and how did I label chapter 1? R1.1 underscore key. So we'll make a new file in chapter 2 here called chapter 2 keys. And then we'll make a new file here called we'll do the R reinforcements, R 2.1 key.py, right? Okay, so we'll take this, paste it in here, and we'll paste that. We will Option Z to wrap text while we're in this kind of skewed format. And then we will code here. All right, so give 3 examples of life-critical software applications. Number 1 would be like, so life-critical, in the beginning of the chapter, we talked about life-critical software applications, meaning like, and this is what Uncle Bob talks about a lot too, is software that, makes lives go on or not, such as cars, right? So automobile software. That's right. People are in cars and they need software. Plane. I hate to be a bunch of modes of transportation. So automobile / transportation software, right? Like um, military defense software. So like incoming missile, anti-missiles, like that's all software. That's tracking software. That's crazy. Like that's what that does. Um, what else? What else would be an example of life critical? Well, like life critical, if you think about it in today's modern society, like encryption, encryption, like you know, anti-hacking, for finance. Like you have all these you have to keep your financial accounts secure, credit card information, money. Um, So General Talk says, "Why? When did you start learning Python?" Yeah, I started learning Python. My first ever interaction with programming, coding, anything at all was with Harvard CS50P online, offered through EDX. I walked through all the steps of how I got started with that in my Discord, my free community Discord, just that displays and provides all that information. But in there, I think I'm also going to provide, some the my examples for the solutions to the problem sets that I did. So I was going to provide those in the Discord eventually for my community members in there. As everything's free, I'm not going to never charge for something that I don't even know what I'm doing. Really, I would. I'm a learner as well, and the whole point of this channel is for other people to learn along with me. So if you are in that same situation, Eric says, why not major in CS? Looking back, I think I probably would have and would have really enjoyed it and had a really fun time. But I just, you grow, you age, and you mature. You learn new hobbies. You learn what your interests are later on in life. What your more things you're interested in. At the time, I was really interested and still am in chemistry and biology, but I, have a passion for programming, and I wanted to give it a try, but also the market's really tough right now, so I figured I probably shouldn't go back to school. Probably, continue on with my education independently for now, and then as I um, get into more, just slowly on my own time, learn and take in as much as I can because it's super competitive, and I don't think that there's any really advantage at the moment to going to get a formal education in it when um, General Talk. No, not. Sorry, did I say 3 months? If I said 3 months, that was completely a misinterpretation. I started back in the end of May, beginning of June, so about 6 months, about half a year. It took me all summer to complete CS50P. From June all the way to about end of August is when I submitted my final project. And because I took it slow and it was my first introduction to programming, so it was really hard at first. And it was really challenging, and I pushed myself to finish it. So yeah, these are three life critical software applications, right? I'm going to provide. I'm going to take off this one. I feel like this isn't super life critical. You will live on if your account gets hacked. Unfortunately, it sucks, but you will live on. But I'm going to say here actually, medical devices like MRIs, X-rays. That's all like software stuff, like computer imaging. That's process. A lot of it is mechanical. But they use computers to process those images and see them. So all of these things are software life critical. All right. Moving on to 2.2 here. That was a pretty easy one. Usually these are kind of tough, so hopefully these don't get crazy challenging here. Oh, wrong name. Dot key. Dot py. Okay. So give an example of a software application in which adaptability can mean the difference between prolonged lifetime of sales and bankruptcy. Interesting. We're kind of getting into some philosophical stuff here. Option 3. Why does it do that? Okay. So give an example of which software application. Anybody have an example of they would like to provide? I will ask the chat here first. You know, we all learn in here, so might as well see if you guys want to jump in on the learning too. Anyone have an example that they can think of lifetime sales? So think of like companies that were in tech that maybe aren't around anymore because they couldn't adapt, or software in which adaptability can mean the difference between a prolonged lifetime of sales and bankruptcy. Um, hmm. Obviously, there's tons of examples of software that's not around anymore because of lack of innovation. Mm, Anybody have some examples? I don't know. I'm trying to think of some that aren't too obvious, but lifetime of sales and bankruptcy. Well, I mean the creation of like what is it, TOS programs, right? So like programs for like shopping and sales, like this like this blew up the ability. Oh, okay. So here we go. Like we'll say like credit cards, uh, digital currency transactions, like credit slash debit cards, you know, things like that. So companies that didn't take debit and credit cards, that remained cash only, probably experienced drops in sales drastically. Think companies that didn't move online to online sales probably dropped, like the shift to online sales. Shopify, Shopify, like Plaid, all that stuff. Interesting. All right. Cool. Let's move on to 2.3 here. R2.3 key.py. All right. Let's copy this over. All right. I don't know why it wraps weird, but whatever. Okay. Describe a component from a text editor GUI that method and the methods that it encapsulates. What? Describe a component from a text editor GUI and the methods that encapsulates. Text editor. So like just a basic Word document, like you have the methods that encapsulates, you have like bold text, right? You have italics text. You have methods like save file. What are some other ones? Like, is this what it's asking for? I'm not sure. Bold text, save file, new file, right? What else would you have? You have like a font size. These would all be methods. I mean, these are probably like more attributes for individual, but these would also be methods that would change. Maybe like change font would be like one, maybe like change font, something like that. Maybe like change font size. Oh, describe a component and the methods that it encapsulates. So we'll do like fonts, right? So it would like what like font you would have like change font. You could have um, bold font, right? Italic font, whatever. You'd have change font size. Like these would be some methods that would be, could go with it. Okay, cool. I think that's what it was kind of asking for us. If not, it's whatever. It's more of a theoretical problem, interpretive problem, I guess. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna get into writing some here. So hopefully we don't fail. If we do, it's alright. We're gonna learn something. Gnomesy said, I'm a Python amongst others instructors. Do you have any questions? No, not really. I'm just learning on my own pace here, reading some books, and working on projects kind of, and then streaming my progress here for others to also enjoy. Feel free to follow along if that's something that you're interested in. The channel recently crossed 100 subs yesterday, so really big milestone, I guess, for us today. So really awesome. Big thank you to you guys for that. So write a Python class, flower. If I don't mind, sorry, how is the audio? I keep messing with it. I feel like sometimes it gets loud, sometimes it's too quiet. You guys let me know. Write a Python class flower that has 3 instance variables, type stir, int, and float, that respectively represent the name of the flower, its number of petals, and its price. Your class must include a constructor method that initializes each variable to an appropriate value. And your class should include methods for setting each value of each type and retrieving that value of each type. Oh boy. Okay, so this is asking a lot of us here. So the first thing we're going to do is just make a class, right, called flower. Within the flower, we're going to initialize the flower, and when we initialize, we are going to have self here, obviously, and then we're going to have a name, which is going to be type stir. You're going to have a petals, which is going to be type int. And then you're going to have a price, which is going to be type float. Cool. And then, nice. So when we establish this, we're going to just do name, I don't know, is self dot name is equal to name. I know it likes to use underscores, like it's probably the more appropriate thing to do. If any of you guys, do any of you guys have any preference or know if like you should use underscores when establishing these instance variables? Like just out of default, like always do it. It's just better to just do it. What do you guys think? We'll leave it off for now, but we can add it in if you guys think we should continue doing so. All right. So we have name. We have self dot petals is equal to petals, and then we have self dot price is equal to price, right? Has 3 instance variables. Flower, number of petals, and its price. Your class must include a constructor method that initializes each variable to an appropriate value. Okay? And your class should include methods for setting the value of each type and retrieving the value of each type. Okay? So we need to def set name equals self. It takes in a name, right? And it's just going to override self dot name is equal to name. Do we just return this value? No, we can't return it. We're just going to set it. You don't return it, you set it, right? So that's set's name, and then we're going to def set petals. It's going to take in self, right? And it's going to take in petals. When we set it, self.petals is equal to petals. So we can call this to set override and set petals after that we've created. Hey, Tron, appreciate you leaving a comment and joining. He says, well, this is crazy. I'm literally teaching myself DSA and Python right now. Well, awesome. You found the perfect place. We're doing this together, then it sounds like. That's the whole point of this channel. Feel free to join the community Discord. I put the link in the chat a little bit ago. Let me go ahead and copy that back. This has the link to the book that I'm using and everything. So feel free to use that. It's free of charge. No cost to the Discord at all. Just, why can't I paste that here? There we go. Cool. Awesome. And feel free to follow along to the channel if you want to stay, we can communicate more and work together. Love building a community of people here that are all learning together. It's fun. So now we're going to set the price, right? It's pretty simple here. We're just kind of repeating ourselves. Set price. We're going to set self.price equal to the price given, right? So then we need to, your class must include a constructor method that initializes the variables, right? Appropriate value, and your class should include methods for setting each type and retrieving the value of each type. So we'll need def get name, takes in self, return self dot name. So, and then def get, I'm not sure if we should print or return in this circumstance. I'm sure we'll find out in a second when we try to run something. Get name, we're going to get petals. We'll take in self, the instance itself, right? And then we're going to return self.petals. And then we'll do def get price. And we'll take in self again, the instance that we're working on, or that we're calling on, and we'll turn the self.price of that individual instance. So now what we can do, so let me actually go ahead and pull up my settings. Oops. I'll lower my font size to 20 just to make it a little bit easier for us to get some more stuff on the screen. All right, and then, so let's create a flower here. Flower 1 is equal to flower of name is going to be equal to, or let's do rose, right? Rose has, let's say, has 25 petals and it was $10, right? So this we could explicitly write in, the individual variables and define them like such. Obviously, we'd have to move if we do define them as such, you have to move them to the end of the declaration call, because the others need to be provided in order of their value associated with the constructor. So, but if we do it for all, let's just do it for all so we can show everybody exactly what we're doing. Petals is equal to that, and then this we can set price equal to this, right? So now we're explicitly saying that name is equal to rose rather than just relying on the natural order established within the constructor function. So now what we can do is if we can I think I'm not going to return. I want to print. Right, I want to display the name to the user. rather than return, because I'd have to have some sort of function itself then to print the return call. I don't want to write that in because it's not really asking me for anything like that. Let's just go like that. Sorry guys, give me a second. Cool. Nice. So now that'll print the those statements rather than just returning them back to us and having us to then deal with the return. So now we have a flower that we constructed here, and then we can actually say flower1 dot, we can get name and run this program, and we should just get rows. Perfect. So I'll clear this out just in case that wasn't clear. So we are running the getName method on our class instance, right? This is a instance method here, and boom, and we get rows back. Cool. So then we can run flower1 dot get petals, right? And we run this and we get 25 back, and then so we can do the same thing, dot get price, right? And that'll give us that'll give us the price. Perfect. And so then what I want to do is I want to call our setters so that they and then we'll redisplay all the information once again. So let's call the setters individually now on these. So let's do flower dot set name, and we'll make this Lily, right? Let's do that. Is it with 2 L's? Is Lily with 2 L's? Does anybody know? Can't remember. Off the top of my head, we'll do set petals, right? Cool. And we'll set the petals amount to I guess we should probably, if we're going to be consistent, provide type hints here for these, like we did in the above function. That's right, okay. So we'll change the name to Lily. We'll say that Lily has, I think lilies have less petals than roses would, so we'll say that this one has like 9 petals. Hopefully that's what a lily would have. And then we'll say set price to, we'll set this lily it was $10 before, now it's going to be $15. It's not a string, it's 15.0, right? So now if we go ahead and run this, so just an overview guys, really quick. So we establish our class flower. Oh, hell, we got some message in here, guys. Let me pause real quick. Squeeps says, hey, I'm a beginner just learning web development, and I will be learning Python by 2025. Awesome, Squeeps, you landed in the right place. Please feel free to follow along. This is a very friendly community of people just learning all together. I'm, I already graduated college in a STEM field in biology, and I am in my profession right now, and I'm just learning this independently, after work, after my 9 to 5, on weekends, taking projects, doing projects online, in my free time, and then also streaming, and so this whole platform is just a way to allow others to learn from my example and my trials and errors, and so maybe that you could pick up on stuff quicker than I did, and so it should be all fun. So if it's not something that interests you, feel free to follow along. I'm kind of stuttering all over the place. All right. Tron says, getters and setters. I remember doing this in C++. Yeah. Nice. Adi says, why do you decide to go with Python? I don't know. I just randomly looked stuff up one day and it said, you should learn this one. So I think I just did it. And I think my friend, can't remember if he recommended me or just said to just try this one. And, I just, it's kind of random, I guess. I guess there's a future in AI and ML. What are you guys doing? Yeah, so right now we're just we finished chapter 2 here. I read books on stream. So I've already completed Python Crash Course 3rd edition by Eric Mays. I'm currently going back through and posting solutions to all the try it yourself problems found within the text. Um, and so feel free to check those out. I posted one on my channel today. So posting those solutions. I've already read this book, and then I'm currently reading the PDF of the data structures and algorithms here on the right side of my screen. Um, I'm reading that one on stream here, and then we just finished chapter 2 today, so big progress made today. And then I also have this behemoth that I'm going to start later, which just really gets into the in-depth nitty-gritty about Python as a program itself, and it's going to be crazy. So we'll get into this one after. And then I've got Python machine learning here as well. So if this sounds like something that you're interested into and want to follow along with me, and also learn along, I think it's a great opportunity to work together. And then I do all this stuff on stream. I talk out loud, work through all my problems out loud, and it really helps me solidify things, and hopefully helps you guys as well. So cool. So now, okay, so let's go over this. So we were on 2.4. We were tasked with making a class called flower, making an initialization function that will create the object, and then we have a couple of attributes. Each flower is going to have a name in the form of a string, it has a number of petals in the form of an integer, and has a price in the form of a float. And then we set up these variables by establishing them with this context syntax here, right? We assign these to these instance variables. And then we have these setters, right? We set the price. So let me make a little, we'll do setters here, right? Ooh, come on. There we go. So we have setters here. So we have these simple functions that just take in a new name in the form of a string and just override that pre-existing value that the user provided when they established the object. It overrides it with a new name. And then we do that same thing for petals, and we do that same thing for price. And then we have these functions down here, which are considered getters. And these just simply take in the instance itself, and all it does is just print out and return the name, the petals, and the price to us and display it. So right here, we initially just call the object that was created, print out all of its attributes, and then we set new ones and then print out the new ones. So let's go ahead and run this. And as you can see, I'll clear out so we can get rid of the old outputs. But now as you can see, we get rows 25, 10. Rose was the name, 25 was the petals, 10 was the amount of the price, and now it changed to Lily with 9 petals and a price of $15. So, cool. All right. Tron says, this is a great way to keep yourself accountable. I should try this. Yes, exactly. That is a great way to look at it. I feel like, a little bit of guilt when I don't come on stream and talk to you guys and the people that I've kind of become friendly with and have stopped in and joined the Discord and have interacted with on a frequent basis, because we've kind of become friends, and I feel like I'm doing a disservice by not streaming, and I also feel a little guilty because I want to learn, and yeah, so cool. Oh, sorry, M loves K-pop. I missed your message. It says, I'm currently learning Python as well, but for cybersecurity, any tips to learn so far? I don't have any specific tips. Do you have anything you're working on specifically, like any topics within Python? Anything? Are you more beginner, like in Python Crash Course? Are you more intermediate, like into the fluent Python realm? What's kind of your level here? I appreciate you leaving a comment and interacting with me. Feel free to join along and to the channel, and we can all learn together. All right, Tron says, strictly DSA is what he's learning right now because I have zero knowledge in it, and for programming language I have experience in C++ and Python. I stopped coding for like a year and rusty now. Exactly. DSA seemed like kind of the next major topic to kind of branch into and start to learn, so that's why I chose it as well. Cool, so I think that takes care of all of 2.4. So kind of, we did that one pretty quick. We wrote, 42 lines of code here with some spaces, give or take, and, no problems. So obviously we're learning something and moving along. Now, I know this is a lot of review for specifically myself, because I wrote some programs already, like the Task Tracker app that we worked on that used classes, and I've kind of already done all that stuff. But I wanted to get further solidification of these concepts, really dial them in, so that when I move to more advanced stuff later on in this book, that I'm prepared. I think it's really important to prepare now rather than when you get there, because it's going to be a struggle, right? It's going to be hard, and I don't want to feel behind in the easy stuff. Oh shoot, I did not mean to do that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh. You guys see that? I just overrid my file. Oh no. I just totally butchered that so bad. I don't think there's any way to get that back. Oh no. That sucks so bad. Alright, well, I will go on my own time and rewrite that program. I'm sorry, guys. I will go back and rewrite 2.4 over again. Dang it, that was such a rookie move. Oh. And that's why Git is important. Oh. I know, I didn't push this yet. I was gonna wait until... Oh my gosh, embarrassing. I was gonna wait until I was all done to push it, but I should probably just create a repo and push it as I go here. Oh, dang it. I guess I don't need to push it to GitHub. I can just use Git and sync it, but I'm lazy. Oh well. I'll go back. Okay, use the techniques found as section 1.7 to revise the charge and make payment methods of our credit card class to ensure that the caller sends a number as a parameter. Interesting. Section 1.7. Why is it telling me to go all the way back to 1.7? 1.8, 1.5, 7. Exceptions. Oh, wants me to use exceptions. So use section 1.7 to revise the charge and make payment methods of the credit card class to ensure that the caller sends a number as a parameter. Okay, so we need to use a try except block to check if the user is appropriately sending in the right elements. So let me go ahead and pull up those methods of the charge and make payment method. Okay, let's find those. Sorry, I'm scrolling like crazy here. Long book. It's hard to find stuff. Okay, so we need charge and make payment. Where is that code at? So this is charge. This is on the predatory class. I want the... Here we go. No, that's the ABC one. Where is the credit card class? Progression. Sorry guys, trying to find. There's the predatory one, and here is the range, sequence iterator, vector, example, and the credit card. Okay. So we need to take the charge and the make payment methods out of here. So here's charge and make payment. Oh, I copied all of those too. That's a bummer. Don't want it to copy all those, but it is. So def charge. So if price, return else, do that. Oh my god, this is annoying. Def make payment. Okay. Okay, so just gonna remove this guy, whatever. Indent this, indent this, indent this, remove this. Okay. Zach the Shooter says, "Where'd you get the PDF files?" Oh, I just looked it up online. Data structures and algorithms in Python PDF should come right up, or you can feel free to join the free Discord I got set up, which just has all of my resources I'm sharing as I study and learn new things in programming. Okay, so and feel free to follow along to the channel if there's something that interests you, Zach. Appreciate you joining, man. Okay, so make payment. So we need to establish. Okay, now let's go back to our problem. I know we have it pulled up, but I just want to get into this area. Okay, here we go. So we need to use a try. So if, so okay, right? So we need to say if balance plus self equals greater than limit, if the price plus the balance is greater than the limit given, right? So this, what's this saying is we're trying to make a charge, right? And if the price that the user charges, right? So if the price plus the balance of the credit card is greater than the limit that the credit card has, right? We need to return false because we can't accept the charge. Else, we can increase the balance by the price of the charge, and we can return true. So okay, so we need to do a try statement here, right? Just simply say if try this, right? Except right here. So we'll put the except here, and then we will move this here. We'll say if price plus, so we're going to try the following. Try to do if price plus self.balance is greater than self.limit. Return false. Except if you get a you would get a value error for price. So what's it actually asking us to do? To revise the charge and make payment methods of the credit card costs to ensure that the caller sends a number as a parameter. Okay, so we're not actually modifying and trying to interpret whether or not this is true or not, or there's some sort of error handling there. We need to try and convert int price, right? And we'll say price equals int price. We'll convert price to int price, except if you get a value error, right? If you get a value error, we want to print price not of int of type int, right? All right, so Sweep says, Michael, what are the other programming languages you know? I honestly, so my philosophy, not philosophy, I'm not that grand at it, but my methodology behind it all is that I really want to focus on learning one language really, really well. I want to learn Python, the ins and outs of it. I want to become pretty much an expert on the language. I feel that now this may be speculation or false, but from my third party's perspective looking in on people learning is they oftentimes will try to spread their knowledge out so thin over a vast majority of languages and topics that they, maybe just lack concrete fundamental like foundations in any of them. So I figured that I might be better suited just to prioritize one really well and become really good at it so that when I do eventually decide, if I do, to go branch out and learn other languages, programming languages, that I will be well equipped and ready, and I'll be able to pick up on their syntax much more faster, much more, is that a word? Right word? Much more quick, a lot faster than maybe as if I just didn't have that, those fundamentals established beforehand. So yeah, I don't think I'm at a position really to move on. I haven't really gotten all out of Python that I want to get out of anyways. So I don't, yeah, that's kind of my philosophy behind it. I will say though, I have taken about half of the Odin project course online, which covers CSS and HTML. And a little bit of I haven't gotten to the JavaScript portion yet. I stopped just before we got into that. But yeah, I did start that as just a little side project, but I kind of quickly got back into Python as I found more enjoyment in it, I think. So we want to try and attempt to convert the price given by the user into an integer. But I don't think we actually want to do into an integer because price needs to be a float in this case. Now, I know that we aren't really supposed to use floats to track monetary values because of rounding errors and things like that. But for this basic circumstance, we'll just keep it as is. So float price, except if we get a value error, meaning that we can't float this price value, we'll print not type float. And then make payment, we need to try and then make amount equal to float amount, right? Same kind of concept as before, except for a value error, print price not of type int, right? Or sorry, float. We need to change that as well up above. Cool. So this catches, the user attempting to provide a value that isn't in the type float right off the jump. Now, we could try and say like we could use the isInstance method in Python. We haven't actually talked about that in this book yet, but Python does provide a method called isInstance where we can detect if amount is an instance of type int or str or whatever provided, and then we could return a value. But that's just not how this is set up, this program initially. So we're just going to do it like this. So try amount. Okay, so I'm going to first, let's just, because I can't really run these without inserting that whole program, I'm going to just run these through Jivity to see if it likes my setup here. Your charge method looks functional, but could use slight adjustments to improve clarity and ensure consistency. Here's a refined version, okay? Suggested improvements. Return value of invalid input where the price is not a valid float. The code only prints a message but doesn't explicitly return anything. It's good practice to return false or raise an exception in such a case. Okay, so we probably should raise try price except value error return we'll probably say actually return false here, right? The charge was unsuccessful. Or we'll keep this and we'll say return false. Charge unsuccessful. Okay, and then we'll say here payment unsuccessful. Cool. So now docstring, adding a docstring, I'll explain. Type checking if you're using Python, consider type ins. Okay. Well, let's just put this back in here. And let's see if it likes that now. Your charge method now explicitly handles the case where price cannot be converted to a float by returning false. It's clear and functional, however, a few refinements. So using more descriptive error message, whatever. Separate error handling, clear input, separate error handling clearly, separate input validation from main logic. Add a edge case ending. What if the price is 0 or negative? Should those be valid? Interesting. So what this one has is try price float price, right? Except value error print error price must be a valid number, charge unsuccessful, return false. Okay, same thing. Ensure. Okay. It wants me to add in some more edge casing, but I'm not too worried about that in this circumstance. So nice. So what we were able to do is we took this code and we added in this try block to just check and throw an error and raise false if the price was unsuccessful, if they didn't provide a float, an integer that can be converted to a float, or not, or a value really that can be converted to a float. So now we have make payment, we try the amount, and then right. So now if we take this guy and we want to return false. Like that, probably. Okay, let's take that and put that in there for the next problem. Your make payment method is nearly there, but has a small syntax issue with subtraction. There should be why does this have that? Like, I don't know why it didn't like my thing sign. Okay, I think that's it. Cool, I think that's enough for 2.5. Any questions you guys watching here on 2.5 and what we did here? Feel free to ask away. R2 to 2.6 key to pi. Right? Okay, if the parameter to make payment method of the credit card class were a negative number, that would have the effect on raising balance of the account. Revise the implementation so it raises the value of the in the event a negative value is sent. Okay, so we need to take these back and handle the edge cases now is what it's wanting us to kind of look at, right? So let me take this guy, bring it down, take 2, 6, copy it. Here, all right, so now we need to throw a all right, Schwepp says, pardon me, I went through the book and I feel like I would start from today. I hope to catch you soon. Awesome. Yeah, feel free to start it up and read it. The first little bit is a little bit tricky. It throws a lot of Python review at you really fast. A lot of maybe more not super beginner, but more, but obviously a little bit beginner. But I can't really describe the word for it. It's a little bit more challenging, and though those R problems can be make you think a little bit, but once you get them, it definitely helps you. Those reinforcement problems at the end of chapter 1. So give that a go for sure, and let me know how it goes. Appreciate it, man. All right, so if the parameter of make payment method to the make payment method okay, so we can't make a negative payment, so we need to remove the charge here. So we're only working with them. Is sent, since a T here. So make payment takes in a self and amount. We try amount float, accept raise value or price. If amount less than 0, we want to raise value error, right? And say let's just say amount here. I guess I should change that of the 2.5 as well, right here. Amount. Cool. So 2.6. If amount less than 0, we want to raise an value error with the response amount must be positive. Amount cannot equal negative. No, we'll say cannot be negative. Payment unsuccessful, right? Cool. So now we raise that value error and then we return false here. Would we return false? No, we would raise a value error, not return false. Just return. If I put true here, would that make that valid? No. It's going to always return true if that's the case. I want to know why. I'm going to leave it in there. I want to know why it is grayed out. Your updated make payment method is almost complete, but has a few areas of refinement. Unnecessary return false after raising the exception. Once an exception is raised, your code stops execution for the method. Return false is unnecessary. Okay, that's why. Perfect. See that this is if you're like watching and you're wondering why I use AI, I'm not deliberately using it to copy what it's saying down here in the code. I'm using its textual hints to prompt myself and to think about what it's saying rather than copying. I think this is a great method, as if like this is exactly what like a teacher would say if they reviewed your code or something. um, oh, like you don't need that, like you wouldn't need that because of this, it means this, rather than just showing you and taking over your computer and typing it in for you. Missing return value and success. So right, they just say raise value error. Cool. So now we have a check for, right here we have a check for negative amount given by user. Cool. So that takes care of 2-6, 2.6. So R 2.7 key pi. Right? Cool. So 2.7. The credit card class of section 2.3 initializes the balance of a new account to 0. Modify that class so that a new account can be given a non-zero balance using a optional fifth parameter to the constructor. The fourth parameter constructor syntax should continue to produce an account with a 0 balance. Interesting. Okay, so let's go up to 2.3 and pull that code. Here's the credit card. So we want to def credit card, right? Or no, sorry, not def. Class credit card, right? We initialize with this guy. And then we have these. Ugh, these suck. I hate how it does this with these, copies these. Okay, like so. It has underscores here. Actually, I'll keep them consistent with the book. Right? Ink. Underscore here. Underscore. Underscore. Okay. Cool. So now what the problem is wanting us to do in 2.7, it wants us to, I'll copy this. So the credit card class of section 2.3 initializes the balance of a new account to 0, right here. Balance equals 0. Modify that class so that a new account can be given a non-zero balance using an optional fifth parameter to the constructor. The four parameter constructor right. The four parameter constructor syntax should continue to produce an account with a 0 balance. So we don't want to modify the self balance thing, but we do want to give an optional fifth parameter into the initialization for the object of a credit card. Now, this would be like override balance, right? And this would equal none, right? So we could provide an optional override balance um, attribute that is defaulted to none. And then we could say if override balance, right? If the user provides an override balance, we want to self dot underscore balance is equal to override balance. So by default, self.balance gets set here. There is no parameter, required by the user to set this, because by default, every balance that a new credit card gets established is going to have a balance of 0, right? But in the odd circumstance that this credit card is created and has a balance pre-existing, right? If the user, when creating this object, overrides this default none value provided in this attribute override balance, right? If override balance, this is returned. This is a Boolean expression. All this says is if there is, right, a override balance, if a data element exists within this variable override balance, then assign this variable self dot underscore balance is equal to the override balance, right? You could also say, like, if not override balance, to produce the opposite effect. Like, if the user doesn't provide, if this remains none, remains set to 0. But because we're already defaulting to 0 above, we don't need to do it that way. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. All right. So I think that is pretty simple. So example would be if we were to create a CC is equal to credit card for, we'll say the customer is Mike, right? Is Michael, is me. We'll say the bank is Bank of America. Or we'll say Chase, rather. Okay. We'll say account 123. This is a okay 123. Limit is going to be, we'll say we have $1,000 limit. And then override balance. So that's it. We're going to give that. So if we go ahead, we don't have any, methods associated to display these, like getters and setters. But what we can do, let me just quickly write up a quick def get balance, right? And it takes in self. So we'll print self dot underscore balance, right? So now I have a getter, right? So we will run cc.getBalance, and we'll see that we should get a balance of 0 from this output. So we'll clear out, because by default self.balance is equal to 0. Oh, we get a, what's going on here? Takes no arguments. Type error, takes no arguments. So, we'll just set these, I guess. Like so. I'm not sure why it wouldn't default to order. I guess that didn't work either. Okay, what's going on here? What am I missing? Missing something. Credit card. Class credit card. When initialized. Oh, here we go. So when I copied this over from the example, the initialization, it forgot the dunder associated with the initialization function. So now if I don't need these, but I'll keep them just for, no, I don't really want to. I want to have it inferred that this is the order. Right. So now if I run this, we get a balance of 0. Perfect, right? So now, instead though, if I create this object and implement the override balance option, and override the balance to be 500, I'll now get balance and I'm at 500. So if I were to create a credit card, we'll make this credit card 2, and we'll make this credit card 1, and set this equal to credit card. Let me actually just go like this, copy that down, make this credit card 1, and then change this over to, we'll say Kitty is at they're at KeyBank, and then they don't have an override balance feature, right? They have $1,000 limit, and then account number of let's do 456 to keep them different. Let's do 1, 2, 3 here, 4, 5, 6 here. Okay. And now instead of this, we'll CC1 get balance, and then here we'll CC2 get balance. So as you can see, like the problem specifically asks that the objects, when not given a parameter override for the balance, have remained to have a default balance. So I'll just show that here with explicitly creating that object. And by doing that, you can see those two objects are created and they respond with their get balance functions methods applied to them. And the first one has a 0 and the second one has a 500. Awesome, guys. Cool. So let's move on to our 2.8 key pi. Alright, so this one says modify the declaration for the first of the first for loop in the credit card tests from code fragment 2.3 so that it will eventually cause exactly one of the 3 credit cards to go over its credit limit. Which credit card is it? Okay, so modify the declaration of the first for loop in the credit card test from the code fragment 2.3. So let's find that code fragment. Okay, here we go. So that the first for loop in the credit card test, so that it will eventually cause exactly one of the 3 credit cards to go over its limit. Which credit card is it? For a value in the range of 1 to 17, right? 1 with 16 included. Wallet of the first wallet in our list, we want to charge value, right, over and over again. Modify the declaration in the for loop so that it will eventually cause right? Okay, so then we have all of this garbage up here. Let me just quickly paste these in really fast. This is getting ugly quick here. I don't want to do this actually. Let's see here. So for every value in the range of 1 to 17, we want to charge that value to each of the credit cards. Now, John Bowman, the first credit card index 0, has a balance okay, so for So this would be times times the value. Okay. So then I'll just take this line by line, I guess. If name if underscore name equals quote main, do the following. Make a wallet here. Goes empty list. We have this guy here. And this guy. Quote, 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 quote. That gets removed. Quote, quote, and boom, like that. Okay, so now we take this, paste it here. Okay. So which one? So we need to track, right, a detector, right, a switch for if the eventually causes one of the three cards to go over its credit limit. Which card is it? So modify the for loop. For value in range 117. If wallet so if wallet, like we could just say simply if wallet in position index 0 dot underscore balance is equal to, no, is greater than limit wallet 0 dot underscore limit, right? If the wallet's balance at this point is greater, after you make all these charges, these 16 charges, if you make these 16 charges, and if the wallet is if the wallet in position 0 index 0, so the first credit card balance is greater than the limit that wallet that card actually, not wallet, that card has, then we need to raise value error, right? And say I'm going to use f-string syntax and say and I'll just leave it blank like that. So what I want to do actually, instead of just having to repeat this check for each card in our wallet and have to type this out, I'm going to loop over the entire wallet, right? So for credit card, for CC in wallet, right, for every credit card that we have in the wallet, if credit card in position if credit card dot underscore balance is greater than the credit card dot underscore limit, right? We want to raise the value area then and say that the f string, right, that the credit card, that the let's say credit card is maxed out. Charge unsuccessful, right? So now what we can do is just get rid of this entire singular check for that one individual index spot in our wallet list. So, right, so what we have now is we have a wallet, and in our wallet we have some credit cards, right? So we have John Bowman, we have these credit cards, okay? They have different, I will go ahead and copy these different numbers over just so we can have some similarity here. Here, and then this one gets changed to 3,500. 3,500, and this one gets changed to 5 Gs. Right, so this is California Savings, California Federal, and this is California Finance. Okay, so John Bowman now has, I know we don't have the credit card class like created, right? But this is just, assuming that we're importing. So wallet is a blank list. Okay, we have an empty list of wallet. We are going to append to our wallet using the append method, wallet.append. We are going to append the creation of a credit card instance, right? So we're going to call credit card class, provided a name, provided a bank, provided an account number, and provided a limit, right? We're going to do that 2 more times for just 2 more cards, okay? For every value in the range of 1 to 17. So this is 16 values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And 17 is not included. So 16 values. For 16 values, we want to go ahead and in a wallet in position index 0, 1. So for the first one, position 0, we want to charge those 16 values. So we will get 16 charges of, each increasing 1 value than the last. Okay, in the second wallet in position 1 index, so right here, we want to charge that value double. And then in position 3, charge the value triple. Okay, now we're going to loop right here. Okay, we're going to continue our loop for credit card in the wallet, right? If the credit card dot underscore balance, this is the attribute balance that is associated with each credit card assigned in the initialization. If the balance is greater than the limit that the credit card has, we want to raise the value and say that the credit card is maxed out. We're inserting the credit card using the f-string syntax, is maxed out, and that the charge was unsuccessful. Now the question is do I need this for loop inside of my other for loop? Let's try. Let's see what the almighty genie says here. Your code snippet is iterating over the range of numbers from 1 to 16, attempting to charge 3 credit card objects, are presumably stored in the wallet list different amounts. After each charge, it checks if any of the card's balances exceed their respective limits, and if so, raises a value error. Here's a breakdown of the logic. Iteration. For each value from 1 to 16, wallet 0 is charged value, wallet 1 is charged 2 times the value, and wallet 3 is charged 3 times the value. In the validation, after the charge operation, the code checks if any of the credit card in the wallet has exceeded its credit limit. If the condition is met, a value error is raised indicating that the card is maxed out and the charge was unsuccessful. So if credit card dot get underscore balance is greater than get limit. Okay, so that's just using like get function. Okay, so it's trying to append those. Get balance. Okay, cool. Cool. So I think that this works, right? I think we could also, have this. It wants us to modify in the instructions here to modify the declaration in the first for loop so that it will eventually cause exactly one of the 3 credit cards to go over its credit limit. Which credit card is it? 3 times the value. So modify the declaration of the first for loop. So all these will have a default. This has a limit of 2,500, 3,500, and 5,000. This one gets 1 plus 16. I don't have the credit card class, so I don't want to like. I do have it here, I guess. Let's take this, I guess, and we will put it here. Okay. So we have this credit card class now. We have a wallet. We add these things. Which one was unsuccessful? Dot charge. Oh, no charge attribute. Ah, shoot. Here we go. Dot charge. Let's take this and bring it over here. Right. Try underscore balance. Underscore balance. Try price. Accept value or return false. Why do we get? No. Takes in price. So we're gonna try to convert price, accept to give value, return false. Oh, it's not inside. That's why. Huh. There we go. So we try and do this. False as it was. So now it's clear. And let's run. Okay, we get self.limit. Okay, so we need self._limit here. Like so. Clear. So so none of these actually maxed out. So let me do Real Nazar says, "Hey, Real, I appreciate you joining and leaving a comment. Thank you so much." He says, "Michael, if you don't mind, can you share your word notes with us on Discord, please? Appreciate it." Yeah, I don't have. Which word notes are you talking about? You mean like this one here? I don't have anything like set up really. Um, are you meaning this repo I'm working on, like this specific file with all of these solutions? If so, I can definitely push this to GitHub and have that shared on the Discord to you guys. But Real Nazir, what are you referring to exactly? I appreciate you leaving a comment though. Thank you, man. Okay, so in 2.8 here, we're not getting any input, so we're not getting this value error. So none of our credit cards are exceeding their balance. So we need to modify this for loop. Let's say 1 to 100. Let's just make the range larger. No, that didn't do it either. 300. Let's do 1,000. Will we get there? No. A million? 10,000? Okay, now something's wrong. Okay, we should have got it here for sure. So, what's going on here? Real Nazar says, "No, I meant the notes that you took when you started learning Python in the first version. And congratulations on 100. Thank you so much, Real. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. 1,000 is yes. Yes, we're pushing for 1,000, right? They say that the first 100 on YouTube is the hardest, right? So hopefully that's true. But yeah, I will go ahead and the only thing is, Real, I can definitely give you those notes. I have them. They are detailed for the most part, but I did kind of fall off with taking them as I went through the book. Now, the beginning of them are pretty detailed with like the basics and stuff, but as more and more stuff got added on, it's got really hard to keep notes going, which is my bad. I should have done a better method of, but I will definitely post those on the Discord. In the Python Crash Course section. Good idea. If you are also wanting to get access to the Discord, I will post a link to it right here. Actually, let me go ahead and update the description of the YouTube live right now so that everybody can just have that. Everybody can just have that link ready for them all the time. There we go. Save. Okay, there you go. Now it should be within the Discord is in the description of the live. All right. Awesome. We are at 118 subs. We started the stream off with a 107, so we've gone up almost to 120. So that's huge, guys. Thank you so much for subbing and following along. I appreciate that. The stream must be working. You guys must be liking the content. So we got to figure out why exactly these charges are not going through. So let me, for value. Why exactly is, so we have the initialization, we have a charge function, so we set up our wallet, we append all these credit cards, for every value in this range, we do these charges to the value, onto those positions. Let me go ahead and let's just say print, right, let's print wallet position 0. Actually, let's just say for credit card in wallet print credit card dot underscore balance. Okay. Cool. So now we are getting all the balance, these charges happening. So so this hasn't exceeded yet. So if I do 1,000 here, essentially all of these should exceed. No. It won't go over. It won't make another charge. Oh, because it's doing these charges. So what happens if I bring this code back here to the wall? No, I think... Um... All right, K Diaz says, just got the video running in the background while working my way through the Odin project. Very early stage of my coding learning journey. Awesome, dude. That's really good. The Odin project is a great place to start for HTML and CSS. I completed about half of it before I kind of switched back focus into Python because I wanted to continue with Python. But the Odin project is a great place to start. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. I have some experience with that, so no problem, man. Thank you so much for the sub, K Diaz. Appreciate it. Awesome. Welcome. So why exactly are we getting this limit here? So in our charge, we try and do this, okay? It's nothing. So if price plus balance is greater than the limit, return. Okay. We already have this baked in here. Oh, because I put this in here. Remember, I wrote this because of one of the problems. So we're just wanting to actually not do that. Oh no, we want to say if price plus equals the balance, you're gonna cannot accept charge. See, it's asking us to modify the first floor of the formula. So when we do a charge on a credit card, we are taking the price and we're already doing a check here and returning false if we can't make the charge. So that's why it's halting at this point. This is the maximum amount that can be um, charged. If I removed this return false right here and just put and just made the balance go up, right? I didn't have this check. So what would happen would be that credit card 3 would hit its limit first, right? It's I don't know, would it? Yeah, credit card 3 hits its limit first in any circumstance, right? So what if I were to change this to like 6 to have it start from a different place? The numbers would change, but credit card 3 would remain the largest number because the next charge would make credit card 3 go over, thus stopping this loop that's happening here. Right? It's stopping this because it can't perform. It's returning false on this charge. Um, so although this answer like isn't perfect because I mean it's doing what it wants. It's we can infer that that one's going to be the next one to go over the balance. It's we have this check here. Was this 2.3? So let's go back to this is 2.3. Oh, it has all this stuff too. I forgot. So for card in range of 3, print. Okay, just print all of the card information while wallet balance, while wallet of card dot get balance is greater than 100. Make payment, get balance. Okay, so that just makes payments. That's a test. Yeah, so one. See, if I just did the original 17 here, right, this wouldn't get anywhere close to our balance. We had to modify this to be greater, to be up towards the balance, and now the next charge here would be credit card 3. So I'll put here credit card 3 would exceed its limit first. Right, that's the answer to that one. Right, although, guys, like I said, although this isn't explicitly showing this error message, right, because it's not showing this value error, because in our charge method, we have this check that's saying if the price is greater, the price plus the balance is greater than the limit, that we're going to return false, meaning that we can't perform this function. And so when it does this loop, adding all these charges to all these cards in the wallet, it gets to this point. When it gets to a certain point, when this card gets to a balance of 4959, that it says, okay, we can't add any more charges because it exceeds the balance, so we're going to return false, and that's why we're not getting that. Yeah, so exactly, we could raise the exception in the charge function, just like our genius said to us. Perfect. That's a great way to do about it. So if the price right here, instead of returning false, we would raise the value error here. Right there. All right, so now what would happen is if we try to do this, let's do it here. So for print balance, we would need to be able to remove this entirely because it's captured in the charge. So now we would run this, we get a value error. CC is maxed out, charge on raise error, CC is not defined. Okay, so we need to say for credit card in wallet. No, we wouldn't want this anywhere either, so let's remove that. Let's go here. This is CC. Where is CC? Oh, here. We would want to say self, right? The self is maxed out, and it's going to give us an object, right? Perfect. So this might be hard to see because my terminal font is quite large because I wanted you guys to be able to see the terminal outputs. But what's happening is now I don't have a representative or a dunder repr, R-E-P-R, to actually display, or some sort of display method associated with this class, right? When you actually call print on objects, like I'm doing here, I'm calling up the print from the valuer on the object itself. It pulls the object from a place in memory, I believe, on your computer, on the system. And so you have to actually define in the class itself through a definition, a dunder, how those memory units are actually represented in strings or in words. So you could establish a dunder repr like this, right? Def REPR, and inside of here you would just you would take in self, right, the object, and then you would show how these are represented, or you would not print, you would return like a string in the format exactly how you would establish the object. So it would be like this, credit card. It would be exactly like this. right? With the variables in the place of these attributes. So the repr is just, I think, is a representative of how to recreate the object. But so that's a way to display them. So basically, when I run this, as you can see, we're getting that value error that I'm raising in my charge function, right? Is maxed out, charge unsuccessful, right? That part is there, but it's displaying the self object as the object within the memory at this location in my system. So everything is working accordingly. It's just a bit cryptic at this point, but everything should make sense, right? And this is showing us that wallet 2 in position 2, or the third indexed wallet, is getting the error associated with it because that's the one that is exceeding the limit associated with its credit card balance, with its limit. So yeah, awesome. That's the answer to that one, guys. Cool. Thank you to Argenius for suggesting that we just throw it in the charge method here so we can actually see it happening live. He also, Argenius says, and you could also add print that charge that tried to pass and it will more explicitly show what went wrong. Exactly. So what he meant by that was within here, like self is maxed out charge, we could say parenthesis, and then put in the price that was given, right? The price represents the charge that the user tried to make. We could insert that directly right into there. And now when we run, you can see that the charge of 174 was tried to be applied to the maxed out credit card and it was unsuccessful. So just to make that a little bit bigger, from this line right here, we get that value error that was raised, and from line 29 in my code saying that the object, right, in my memory is not represented by any sort of repr function that we haven't implemented yet, so it's just represented as a like a data unit in our memory, is maxed out, charge 174, unsuccessful. And then we could add in just a dollar sign here just to make it more, show that it's a dollar, right? Boom. Awesome. Argenius says, in a real case scenario, you would never return self due to exactly having that memory that does not help while debugging. Exactly. So doing self the property is better. In a real case scenario, we never return self due to exactly having that memory that does not help while debugging. Exactly, right? So doing self dot the property is better. Okay, so self dot so exactly. So instead of actually calling self here, we can just say self dot the only thing that's different, we would have to call the account number, right? Or yeah. What's the account? So we'll call the account rather than the object self itself. We'll call the individual attribute account associated with the object itself. And now that will display that the credit card number, that one is maxed out at charge 174, just like Argenius mentioned for us. Exactly. He said self.account or something. Exactly. Perfect. Thank you, man. Appreciate that input. See, it's exactly what I wanted the stream for, is we just get inputs from various people online and we all learn, and everybody that's in here probably is like, oh yeah, you can do that, just like I did. So awesome. Cool. That takes care of that problem. All right, let me go ahead and just quickly check my phone for some texts here. All right, we're all good. Awesome. We have 10 people in here for a total of 203 views so far. So thanks so much for the views and for the contributions to the chat. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Really awesome. Okay, so I think that is a good stopping place for now on this. We've done a lot. Let's go really quickly. Let's just go back up to that next problem. Inheritance. ABC. Here we go. So the next problem, so I will use these as warm up for our next stream tomorrow. So if you guys want to see the stream tomorrow, feel free to follow along to the channel. so we can meet again. But this was 2.8, modify the declaration first. So 2.9 says re-implement the sub method from the vector class so that the expression v returns a new vector instance representing the difference between two vectors. Okay, so we'll work on that next time. But what I do need to do before I kind of sign off of this, my mindset on this is I do need to remake the 2-4 answer that I accidentally deleted and overrode. So it's this kind of annoyingly, I know it seems a little bit long, and I'm sorry if you already saw this. Whoops. Come on, give me my VS Code back. Oh, I hate when it does that. There we go. Okay, so what we need to do is re-implement this answer here. I'll just do it really quickly. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is kind of annoying. I deleted it on accident. So we have a class called flower, and inside flower it takes in a self. Class called flower. We initialize, and then we take in self. We take in a name and the type stir. We take in a petal and a type int. We take in a price and a type float. And like I said before, I know that floats aren't the best to use for tracking currency, but we're just going to use it for this example because it said to use it. We're going to assign these variables as self dot underscore name is equal to name, self dot underscore petals is equal to petals, and then self dot underscore price is equal to the price. All right. Price, your class is included constructor method, initialize appropriate type setting. Okay, so yeah, we need to do set name, takes in self and takes in a name. We go self dot underscore name is equal to name. Right, that's given. Let's keep the type hints consistent here. Right, like so. We'll copy this. So these are our setters. So we'll copy this down. So instead of set name, this would be set petals. For petals, takes in type int, set petals, takes in petals. Cool, and then instead of name, it's set price, takes in self, takes in instead of name variable, takes in a price in the form of a float, and then self dot underscore price is equal to price. Cool, we have that. Now we have def get name self print name or self dot underscore name, like so. Okay, and then we'll copy this over twice for the petals, and the price. Cool, so these are going to be our getters. Cool. And so then what I want to do, just to show that these are working for the people that want to see this as an example. I know I'm running through this really fast. I already solved this problem. I'm just going back through because I accidentally deleted the file when I was making a new one. I overwrote it on accident. So we're going to just create a flower1 is equal to flower quote rose has 25 petals and costs $10. Flower, or we'll just copy this down. We'll say flower 2 is equal to the flower. We'll make this a lily. Is lily spelled with 2 L's or 1? I can't remember. And then this has like 10 petals, and we'll make this $15. Right? So now we will do flower1 dot get name flower. Oh no, we'll do flower1 dot get name flower2 dot get petals flower1 dot get price, right? We'll display those 3 attributes, and then what we're going to do is override them with like this. Flower1 dot set name. It's going to take in quote lily. Petals, flower1 dash set petals 10, and then set price. It's going to be actually 15 here. So then we're going to reprint these. Perfect. So now if we run this, boom, as you can see, our first instance of flower is printed out, rose name, 25 petals, 10 price, and then we change them using our setters and reprint using the getters, and lily is changed, rose is changed to lily, 25 is changed to 10, and price of 10 is changed to 15. All right, that is that. All right, let's catch up on some comments here. Sorry, I was trying to do that quickly because I already solved this problem. So let's catch up on here. Toast Dev, welcome Toast Dev. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate you coming back. He says, OMG, I hated this book. Data structure and algorithms. You know, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And we just finished chapter 2, so we're going to get deep into the mud here soon. Ethan Bakken says, have you by chance checked out Freed Code Camp? He says it's similar to the book and get certifications at the end. I've heard a lot of things about Freed Code Camp. But I haven't, I kind of moved past that beginner stage. I know that this might seem beginner learning object-oriented programming, but I'm just kind of solidifying this knowledge because it's just in the book, and I want to, obviously cross my T's and dot my I's appropriately with all this fundamental knowledge in Python. So when I learn these harder concepts in data structures and algorithms, and doing all these harder, more technical things, I will be ready for them because I'll have that solid foundation established. So, but is Freed Code Camp, something worth going back to as maybe more of an intermediate learner? Let me know, Ethan. Noah Zyme says, is this your first programming language he's learned? No, yes, this is. I started with Python. I started back in the end of May, beginning of June with Python CS50P offered through Harvard. I finished that course at the end of the summer. It took me about 3 months to finish, just on and off part-time. And then I've just been making projects and streaming my study sessions and, trying to just learn as much as I can by reading books. I have a couple of books here. I got Fluent Python that I'm going to start reading soon after this book I'm reading. I've already read Python Crash Course, as I've said. I'm constantly posting I'm posting the answers to the try it yourself problems that are found in the text on my channel. So if that's something you're interested in, you can check those out for those solutions. And then I also have a Python machine learning book that I will get to eventually. So I got a lot of reading to do over the next course of the few months here. So if that's something that you're interested in learning along with me, feel free to follow along to the channel so we can stay connected. And then I have a Discord where I post all of my resources pertaining to all this learning I'm doing, so that other people can also do it as well. All right, so sorry about that rant, but okay. All right, Toast Dev says it doesn't matter, just learn your learning style. All right, Noah Zyme says why learn object-oriented programming? I'm just learning data structures and algorithms in Python, and so this is just this OOP classes was and a general overview and stuff was all about chapter 2. So I know it's kind of a review for some of the stuff I've already done on the channel, but we're all beginners at heart, right? So we can obviously learn the basics over again and solidify our knowledge. All right. Argena says OOP is really nice to learn, especially whenever you want to move to other language like Java or C Sharp. He also says, as well as part of the basics, a lot of times will be asked with definitions on how certain parts of OOP work. Yeah, there's a lot of definitions, and maybe like in technical interviews for finding employment, they might ask you some things like that. So it's definitely good to not only know the actual data structures and algorithms portion, but know that OOP principles behind them as well. So that's why I wanted to obviously give these reinforcement problems a go, even though they might seem redundant, but it's just additional practice and never hurt anybody, right? All right. Toast Dev says it's good to learn high level Lang first when you're starting out. Yes, exactly. Argenis says, is he using Git by chance? No, I'm not using Git. I'll push this to Git locally on my system, and then I will, when I kind of finish, I'll push it remotely to GitHub for everybody to use and reference these keys. And I started in chapter 1 to include just blank problems like files so that the user, whoever could clone the repo or whatever, could just have a fresh start to work rather than just building off the keys. But if that's something that sounds good, I can do that for chapter 2 as well. But yeah, this is going to be a giant study guide with all the keys in it pretty much on GitHub for everybody. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, let me know and I'll get that pushed up for you guys ASAP. All right. So you can avoid deleting files. Yeah, exactly. Noah says seems kind of early to be learning OOP. Also, maybe a little bit early to learn Git. No, I've already created some projects. If you check out my GitHub, Noah, I have a task tracker app that I wrote that incorporates file I/O, takes in some modules that Python comes natively with, like datetime and things like that, CSV. I've got quite a few experience. This, like I said, this might just seem redundant going over these chapters again. I could skip them, but that just brings chance that I might have to go back and relearn like these little tidbits of information that are found, and I'd rather just re-go over it all to never hurt anybody to re-solidify anything. Git is so important to learn early though. Yes, it would depend. Maybe it looks weird because it's a Python. However, if you wanted to start in Java, it's all pretty much OOP. Sorry, I've been talking a lot, guys, in my burn over here. It says, but I do agree somewhat with OOP. I never learned in the beginning until months later. All right. Cut Action Take 9. Hey, thanks for joining, man. I appreciate you leaving a comment. That's really awesome. He says, how do you learn this? Feel free to join my Discord in the description, and you can just see my resources where I started. I started with Python CS50P and went from there. Noah Zymes, super impressive. What projects have you done so far? My Python CS50P final project, there's a example video displaying the project on my channel, so feel free to check that out, Noah. But it was a chemical inventory tracker system. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and so in my profession, I often deal with chemicals and inventory systems, and so I created my own kind of tracker system that's pretty basic, but it's cool. And then I also just recently on stream live with everybody, I created a task tracker app that I've been debugging on and off as I've kind of been working with it and playing with it. So it's been pushed though, and it's working pretty good so far. Toastev, I would recommend waiting a bit for machine learning. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to dive into this one until I get further along with DSA and then into Fluent Python. I want to have that knowledge first because this is going to get into a lot of math and I need to have, that stuff solid before. Unless you're good at linear algebra and stats. I took stats like 3000 in college. I was pretty good at it. P-values, significance values, normal curves, the same bell curve, same stuff. But I don't remember a ton, so I gotta go back and remember that stats class. Noah says, okay, I thought you were just starting learning maybe 2 hours ago. No, I started about 6 months ago, end of May, beginning of June. I was surprised how fast you were learning OP given you started 2 hours ago. No, definitely not. It took me a solid 2 weeks of just like, what is this to finally wrap my head around it. Does the tracker system have like a backend? Like was it a web app? No, it's just a local terminal based program. I maybe would like to in the future implement a UI or some sort of interface that users could use, but it's all just done locally through the terminal and reads files within the it populates and creates the files within the program itself, so you don't have to worry about it as a user. It does it automatically. Noah's eyes, no worries. I like interacting, and this what makes it very fun is having people interact, and that's the whole purpose of this channel. So all right. I started along the lines of math. I started on the channel to watch the MIT 6.042J course, which is the mathematics for computer science class. But let me tell you, that class is really hard. Like I I was pretty good at math, like in stats and kind of that conceptual proofing and stuff in college. But going back and watching that stuff, the first 15 minutes of the lecture two took me about an hour to watch. It was brutal. I was going back and trying to like, because they just go over these proofs so fast, and yeah, they're right and they're just examples, but I was trying to like, solve them myself and go about them and see why like these already established proofs are true, and I finally did it, but it took me like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was brutal. So I've kind of put that watch along on the back burner, but I think I'm gonna do a watch along on the CS50X course next. So if you guys are wanting that, that'd be awesome too. So feel free to follow along if you're wanting to see that in the future. They're gonna post the new videos in 2025. So all right. Argena says, for a little machine learning, I recommend using the website Kaggle. Okay, interesting. I've never heard of that before. And if you get good, there are challenges that pay money. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. We'll have to try that out as a group when we get to that. Kaggle is awesome. We use it at my school's AI club. Yeah, so when we get to the machine learning on the channel, we'll have to give that a go. No, that's too deep. I would start with Andre J. Karopathy's CS231N from Stanford to learn machine learning. It's super good. I wasn't learning machine learning. I was learning just computer mathematics for computer science and getting into algorithms and stuff. And it was more along the discrete math, I think, was the course, like the actual more modern label for it. But it was brutal. It was tough. I felt really dumb afterwards, but I learned some. The first week was okay. I was able to solve the homework in the first week and some of the problems. I have a problem uploaded on my channel for that. So, yeah. Anyways, we're getting kind of distracted here. We're not moving as much. So, let's go ahead and shift focus actually into the project. 1 second here. Let me go ahead. And I will actually, let me go ahead and show you really quick for those that are in here, the Task Tracker app. Oh, my dog's barking. Hey, it's okay. Hold on 1 sec, guys. Let me check what's going on. Hey. Neighbors were coming home. She's barking, playing guard dog. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a demo of the Task Tracker app. So let's go CD into my repos here. Let's CD into the Task Tracker. Ooh. Let's, we need to source VNV /bin/activate, right? And then we need to run or Python 3 of task tracker.py. It's a hyphen. Okay, cool. So we are in here to this was the app that I released a couple weeks ago. So we're in my task tracker application, and we can just enter one just to enter the actual program itself. And as you can see, we are entered into the program, and we don't have any expiring tasks in our program. So great, we don't have anything to worry about. So we can enter into here, and we're in. So we can add a new task. We can view to see if we have any pre-existing tasks already loaded. As you can see, we have a task here that's actually due today. So this was our test task that was established in our pre-existing file. This is due the 29th. So tomorrow, the 30th, if I reload this program, it'll display that this task is expired in that first menu screen, and it wouldn't be shown here in the current tasks. From this display, we can actually filter by pressing 1, and we are prompted with a priority filter display. And so we can select which priority we'd like to display, and tasks are filtered based on priority. And tasks that are due within 0 to 3 days are priority 1, 4 to 7 days is priority 2, and 8 days plus is priority 3. So we can view priority 1 tasks, and as you can see, because the test task was due today, it is currently listed here as the top task, number 1 priority task to do. So if we quit the task view, we can go back to the main menu, and then we can add a new task. So let's say we want to code Python on stream, right? And we have 5 days to do this. So if by just theory thinking about this, well, we know that we had a task in there that was due today, so that should be displayed first. And now we just added a task that's due in 5 days. So that should be displayed second. So if you view the tasks, boom, we are prompted with test task is displayed, it's due the 29th, and code Python is due 5 days from now on the 4th. So boom, works perfect. Now we can filter, and we can see that, let's go view. We can filter the tasks, and as you can see, if we press 1, we only get that first task because it's within the priority 1 parameters. If we filter for priority task 2, we can see that that one task we added just now with 5 days to complete is in there because it's encompassed by that filter parameter. So then we can go back to the main menu. We can edit the individual task. We can edit a property like the name or the days to complete. We can extend the due date to longer in the future. We can remove a task completely from our list, or we can just clear all of our task lists. So let's just edit a property. Let's just say 1. Let's go ahead and edit the code Python on stream. Let's edit the task title, say stream Python project now instead, just some sort of variant iteration of it. And then let's change the days to complete of that task to 50. We'll make it way in the future. Now we can go back to the main menu and we can view the task list. As you can see, the due date was updated accordingly for that 50 override parameter that we just updated. And that name is also updated. Cool. So, and then we can filter the tasks. And as you can see, priority tasks 2 are now empty because we changed that due date to way in the future. And then if we show priority 3 tasks, as you can see, that task is now located in priority 3, so everything works there too. So it's really cool. It tracks everything and is pretty intuitive. And we can edit and remove the task. Let's remove the second task. View, boom, that's removed. So I added also a little secret feature that I didn't provide in the README or anything, but I think I'll show you guys here. There's a little if statement conditional in the menu here that if you just type in animal, right, you get prompted with every animal that the cowsay module that is a requirement for this module or this program to run provides. So we can change this to any sort of cowsay module animal that is given. So let's just change this to, let's change it to 9, meow. And as you can see, our little character is now updated rather than the cow, it's just the cat. So it's a cool little fun feature that it makes it more interactive and fun. So if this is something that you maybe want on your computer, feel free. I recommend installing a virtual environment into your actual file that is has the location of the program, so that way you can install you can install the cowsay module without affecting your global Python environment on your system. So consider using a virtual environment before you do the requirements install. All right, we got some chats here. I've been behind. My fault, guys. Okay. All right. Andre J is a legend. I joined the Discord. Feel free to DM me for more questions. Thank you, Argenis. I appreciate it, man. We'll communicate and we'll contact and connect more in the future. All right, got to drop. See you some other time. See you, dude. Thanks so much. Samuel says, howdy, fun fact, I'm currently grading the exams for Python class at TI at my university. Glad I came across your channel. Awesome, Samuel. That sounds really cool. What, do you TA at like a state school or something like that? Or is it, that's really awesome. And do you TA for like an intro Python course, more advanced? What kind of level are you? Samuel Morlero, appreciate it. And feel free to follow on the channel so we can connect in the future. Noah says, do you do machine learning? They're just having a conversation. Gotcha. Noah's a grad student. Gotcha. Awesome. Cool. Well, thanks so much, guys, for the interaction on the chat. That's super cool. Yeah, so then actually if you go ahead and close the program, exit out, and then if we go ahead and run the program again and we launch it, all of our tasks were saved in there previously. So I think we removed that other ones, right? So let's go, main menu, add a task, code, Python, just to show you guys, 3 to 5 days. View, it's there. Let's go main menu, and then let's exit the program, and then let's run this again, and enter. No expired task. Let's view. As you can see, that code Python task is still there. So the file IO is working accordingly, and we're actually writing and reading those tasks back when we open and close the program. So it took me honestly about 2.5, 3 weeks to build this program on and off after my 9 to 5, and I did it all on stream. So if you want to see those videos, feel free to reference back to the streams. I put the task tracker project within the stream title if you're interested in seeing how I did those. But I'm going to go ahead and quit this and go exit. So let's clear this and let's exit out of here. Samuel says, yes, it's an introductory programming class. The engineering program at my school requires all engineering majors to take a Python course. Well, that's really cool. Awesome. I wish I was back in school taking the CS courses. I do miss it. I do miss learning every day and being forced to learn. And, it was fun. Now I just have to force myself, give myself grades. Maybe you could give me a grade, Samuel. I'll submit my my homework to you. How about? Okay, so now let's go ahead and just shift focus. We finished chapter 2 in this book, Data Structures and Algorithms in Python, and now we did problems 1 through 8 in the reinforcements. We have about 23 problems, so we're a big chunk. Let's go ahead and shift focus let's go CD into the repos. Let's CD into, what was it called? SBM. Let's code SBM. All right, so this is a project that I just started, actually. And I want to do it on stream here with you guys because I think it'll be fun. So within the Data Structures and Algorithms book, we learned about inheritance, and we learned about, it's inheritance and dynamic programming. So what I have here is I have just a item class.py file within my SBM file here program. And I'm importing datetime and I'm creating an item class. Now, me and my girlfriend, we run a small business where we resell or kind of source and resell for very good pricing. We would like to find secondhand goods and find them another home. Basically like an online thrift store almost, but we mainly specialize in female fashion because my girlfriend's really kind of intuitive and has a hobby of kind of fashion and clothing. And so we've been doing this for about 3 years now, and we've gotten to a point where we've got some good customer stream and cash flow, and we're kind of needing a system to more streamline our inventory, sales, tax document generation. And so why not, instead of paying for a service like TurboTax or Squarespace and all these other things. Why not just create my own, right? Why not create some sort of script that can do all this for me, and then my girlfriend could eventually use um, down the line with some sort of interface to actually manage the business. And then maybe, hopefully, other small business owners could be able to use it. So it's fairly basic so far. So right now we're just establishing a inventory tracking. Now I know I've created an inventory tracker in the past pertaining to more chemicals inventories, but this is going to have more attributes associated with it specific to that of clothing items. So we have a class called item here, and when we initialize, we have a name attribute, a cost of good, which is how much we receive or we take in the inventory item as, right? So if we bought the item for $5, that is the cost of the good, and we sold it for $10, well then we have a net profit of $5, or gross profit of $5. Um, and a net profit would be the gross profit minus whatever expenses occurred um, associated with the gross profit would be $10, the net profit would be $5. So then we have an item size, which we will establish later on in an actual script. We'll have a list, an array of sizes that we will, be able to select from. We have an item number, which by default is given by none. We will establish some sort of automatic item number generation when we go over our script for actually implementing and storing the items. And then we have a quantity. Now, by default, this is none. Now, what's something unique about my small business that I run is that we don't ever really have duplicate items. These are items that are sourced from either brick and mortar thrift stores or online, or they're donated. And so usually we don't get duplicate items. We usually get one of one items, and if we do happen to get a duplicate, it's created as its own item entity. Every item is one of one sold. So per its item number. So that being said, we have the required attributes, which are the self dot item name, the cost of the good, and the item size. These are the attributes that have to or are required by the user to provide if we want to create an item object. Now, because they don't have any default, assignment. So, and then the default attributes are automatically set via functions. So eventually I'll get to the point where we'll have functions that'll set these values within our script, right? Cool. So I chose not to actually implement the, we'll get to that later. So we'll keep moving here. Okay. So then we have this other, so we have default attributes here. So we have item number, which is just set by default, usually to none. Now I don't want to create item numbers within the class. I want to create item numbers within my actual storage system. So that'll be in the actual where we're pulling and importing the class to. So for date created, I need to add a catch for proper date notation here though. So I do need to add in some sort of catch in signaling that if date created was in this proper format, then go ahead and assign this instance variable, because in order to read the files using datetime, you have to have the date in a certain format. Now, so we do need to add that catch here. So else, if we don't provide, right, if the date created was left blank, then the date created is just set to today, meaning that by default, if the user didn't provide a date that the item was created or loaded into the system, then the item is default set to that current day that the user entered it. Okay, using this datetime.date.today method. Cool. So if we have a quantity that the user provides, right? If we have a quantity, we apply that quantity. So if the user provides a quantity, we give it. So by default, else it's just set to 1. So I could set this to be default 1, but I was thinking maybe for the lines of someone besides myself wanting to use this, they might not want to have it be 1 automatically, but maybe just none, a blank placeholder. Because if you have 1, mathematical operations can take place on that. So, it could cause some errors. So we'll just leave it as none for now. And then we obviously have a repr just to represent items being created, as we went over earlier in the stream. So that's the setting up the initialization for an item. Now, when we have an item in our system, the items can move through our system in three ways, right? When you create or load an item based on receiving it and paying for it, right? That is just the item class. Now, it is technically a base class, but it is not an abstract base class. It is not a class that is only meant to be a template. There are items being made using this class, right? It is an actual stopping point. Now, a item then can be transitioned from a just an item in inventory to an actual for sale item, right? So we have a class called for sale item, which takes in all the same attributes as given in the previous class, but this time around we're going to add a listing price, and then we're going to add a date listed attribute as well. So when you move an item from the item class into the for sale item class, it has a listing price, right? We bought it for $5 as the cost of good. We posted it and we listed it for sale for $10. And then we have a date listed. Obviously, what date did we list that? So we can track, the amount of time it was on the floor, or the amount of time that it took to sold, stuff like that. So then we're going to super the init methods: name, cost of goods, size, item number, date created, and quantity. So we super all of the values from the previous inherited class, right? Item, the parent class. And then we just assign the instance variables listing price to self listing price. And then, the same thing. If there was a date listed, we assign it. Else, we'll just automatically set it to today. So the user can override it. Or we're just going to put it to today. Let's catch up on some chats real quick here. Noah says, Toast Dev, I'm only allowed to intern if it's research internships, and a lot of startups don't do research internships. That's a bummer. Noah also says, hoping to work for one or maybe start one, and when I graduate, we will see. Awesome. Toast Dev says, that's actually crazy, LMA. Lamau, RS, that's RE, are mostly in-house hiring at major companies, so this is another barrier. I thought a lot of jobs need people who publish papers. Interesting. All right, sorry, I'm moving around. I can't get comfortable here. Okay. Let's do a quick sub check on the channel here. Let's see how we're doing. Thank you all for joining me this evening. I appreciate it. It's really awesome that you guys are here to interact with me and are hanging out. It's really cool. 119, almost to 120, guys. Really cool. Awesome. Thanks so much. All right. So now, similarly to what happened before, is an item can transition from a for sale item into a sold item. Now, when an item is sold, we get all of the parameters as before, right, from the for sale item, but we now have a unique attribute to the sold item class, right? So the date sold is unique to the, and then the, so we have a date sold here. Then we need to also add in a sold price, which is a float, right? It takes in a sold price. We have a date sold. So sold price, self.sold price is equal to sold price, right? So those two are the unique attributes. How do you guys feel about this kind of way about going around dealing with this kind of project? Establishing classes and using inheritance to transition these objects from one state to another. Do you guys think that that's a fairly wise way to go about it, or would you guys go about it any differently if you guys were doing something along these lines? Let me know. I'm really curious to see what other people's opinions are and how they go about, their thinking. Hey, William, thanks for joining. I appreciate you coming. I do not speak Spanish, unfortunately. No sé español, unfortunately. But if you can understand English, I appreciate you staying around and coming in. Thanks so much. No habla español, unfortunately. Sorry. I took Spanish 2 years in high school, but don't remember hardly anything. Okay. So now I think I'm ready to kind of start building a script out. Bet, thanks so much for joining. Appreciate you coming in, leaving a comment. That's really awesome. So let's go ahead and let's create a SBM, or let's create main.py, right? So we have our main function here, our main program. So what we want to do is import datetime right off the jump. Noah says, I think I would just prefer like a state enum or something like that instead of having an inheritance. Remove a lot of complexity. What is a state enum, if you don't mind me asking? Samuel says, I think that's wise. Ideally, the more structured your code is, the better it is to read / understand and improve it in the future. Interesting. So we'll import datetime, and then we have, let's do, I don't know really what to call this. Let's do like main. We'll just call this main function, right? This is how I set up the other projects. So we have main. And then we want to, I'm going to set up a function called def create menu, right? And it's going to take in a, it's going to take in, what's it going to take in? If I want to create a menu, I need a list of menu items. So it has to take in a list, right? Takes in a list. Like so. How do I want to do it? Takes in a list of items. So it's going to take a prompt and a list, right? So we're going to take in a prompt and a list. I'm not sure if I should use the word list here or whatnot, but it's okay. It's local namespace. Create. No, I probably shouldn't use the word list. Let's call it options, right? Prompt and options. And options needs, prompt is going to be the form of a stir, and options are going to be the form of a list. I don't think you can type list right here in type hints, right? I think you need to import some sort of module to do that, unfortunately. But we'll see. So we have that, right? Like I said, I don't think that this works for type hint. Noah says, so when creating the item, maybe set self.sold underscore date is equal to none. And when the item is sold, you can send self.sold date. And you know the self. Oh, gotcha. So kind of like a dictionary in the sense where it has none values for if it has fillers. Uh, William says, no problem, brother. I'm from Ecuador. Awesome, Ecuador. That's really cool to meet you. The list arg is a reserved word in within Python. So yeah, this won't work, obviously. Okay, so options. So what we want to do is print. How do we want to do this? Or I want to just create the menu rather than having to just create it myself every single time. For the menu, we want to print the prompt, right? We want to print the prompt out first, and then after we print the prompt, we want to \n for new line. That'll take us to like this, right? And I know you can't really see right now because it's the stupid type, the hint thing here. Okay, so yeah, we do here. This would be, ooh, we need to say count equals the length of options. So we need to take in the length of options to determine the number of the count. So if we could say for every so we're going to say print, we're going to first print the prompt, right? And then we're going to print for value in we'll actually say for the length options. So for the length of the options list, no, we'll say list length. We'll say count is equal to 0. Sorry if you guys are typing in the chat. I'm not getting to it yet. I'm kind of focused here. Count is equal to 0. Right, for the length of options for the length of options, yeah, we need to, for the length of options, we want to print why for, oh, we just need to say for in length for option in the length of the options list, right? No, not the length of the options list. Print, right? We want to print count plus 1. So we'll remove count, and we'll say for index option in enumerate options. So we'll enumerate over the options list to gather the index value and the option. We will print the index value plus 1 to get just a count, And then we will also print option here as well. Dot, we'll do title, and we'll do dot strip. Okay, so we got a lot of chat. Sorry, guys. I'm getting back caught up here. Um, oh, they're talking about the scientist jobs. Oh, got you. Guys are just talking about jobs. Okay, so we're gonna use this function create menu. It's gonna take in a prompt in the form of string and it takes in options in the form of a list. I guess not. Right? So we want to print the prompt right away, right? And then for index option enumerate options, we want to print the index plus 1 and the option with the title strip. So what this will do is print out every list of options given in the menu prompt. So if I, like, for example, if I were to call create menu on prompt would be choose from the following, right? That would be my prompt. And then my options would be a list of, like, number would be, my first option would be like add item. Add item, it would be, you know, remove item. Stuff like that. So then if I ran this, right, we get the menu option. Choose from the following. Boom. It displays our menu for us automatically. Cool. So now we don't have, instead of trying to create these menus like through 10 lines of code, I can just provide the list of options and then the prompt and then just create the menu that way. Cool. If you're new here, please consider following and subscribing. This channel is all about just a beginner programmer like myself. I've been learning for about 6 months, teaching myself Python through various online resources like this book, Data Structures and Algorithms in Python, and just through various projects like this one I'm working on myself. Just been teaching myself. If that sounds like something you're interested in, consider following along to the channel. All right. I have a Discord also, which is free of charge, no charge ever. It's just got all my resources where I post into the individual threads, you know, in the Discord, all the resources that I'm using and organize everything in there. So feel free to join that. Description's in the link below. So we have a create menu. So let's def main. And then we're going to run this. We're going to do create menu. And we're going to do launch to open the, we're going to put here system sysname in all caps like so. You'll see what I'm going to do here. Would you like to open the sysname? Make it an F string. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do import or from globals. Import all, right? And then I'm going to create a file here called globals.py. I'm going to do sysname? Yeah, sysname is equal to quote small business manager by Michael Demi. Business manager. We're also going to put in here, we'll make this an F string, system name, version is equal to 1.0, right? 1.0, and then we're going to insert version by Michael Deming, right? Cool, so now what we can do is we import globals and we import sysname, and so if we run this, we get, remove this, and then the options are going to be a list of options, quote, yes, and no. Very simple. So would you like to launch the system, yes or no? So if we run this, we're clear, run, whoops, sorry, we need to keep this in a list. Boom, like so. Now if we run Y, oh, I don't think it likes the F string. So, what's going on? Oh, I'm not calling main. Okay, there we go. All right. So we are successfully creating menus now. Yeah, I'm not actually running the function. I got to call the function. Exactly. All right, let's catch up on some chats here. Nozime says, I mean, usually for the research jobs, you're writing papers, and that's usually not something I can just pick up on. For applied scientist jobs, AFAIK, you need to be able to read papers and implement them, but not necessarily write them. It's not difficult compared to like applied physics. I don't know anything about applied physics. If you're above average in maths, then you're definitely gonna be okay doing papers. Look at Alec Radford. Gotcha. It depends on if you're doing research in LLMs or other areas of machine learning. LLM stuff doesn't often need much math. It's much more conceptual. Other stuff like graph ML, graph machine learning is usually pretty math heavy. Like, I think you need discrete math at most for most LLM research. If you read the papers in EMNLP or something, all the math is pretty straightforward. Silver Andrew, thanks so much for joining, Silver Andrew, and leaving a comment. Appreciate you coming in. What is making you stay consistent? What is your goal of learning after all this? Honestly, what's making me stay consistent is keeping the stream going. You guys receiving the feedback, the growth, the subscribers, the likes on the videos, the stream interactions. It just helps me to want to keep coming back, and obviously also just creating these projects and solving problems to my own real life solution scenarios is another reason. Thanks so much for joining, Silver Andrew. Consider following the channel and joining the Discord in the description below, where you can gain access to all the my resources that I've used in learning thus far for free. I just list them all out there for you. William says there is an extension on VSC which is called Error Lens. Is useful to see where the errors are. Check it out if you have a chance. Error Lens. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'm not very good at using the debugger and placing in breakpoints and stuff. I need to get better at that. I do work with Next.js with TS. It's pretty useful for any language with TypeScript. Gotcha. Rashab says, nice. You're not actually running the function. You need to call me. Yes, gotcha. Thanks, Silver Andrew. Appreciate you subbing, and I look forward to communicate with you in the future. What kind of programming are you learning? Are you, a student? Are you independent? What's going on with you? Okay, so we have our main function here where we create menu and we load into the system. Now, we need to, if, so we're going to have to actually make this an input function, right? And then we need to save the value as user input. So now if we run this function, we get that, right? It gave us a none. Why did it give us a none? Because doesn't go anywhere. Why does user input return none here? No, so we don't want to run input on that actually. We want to run the create menu, and then we want to just run an individual user input is equal to input, right? And then we'll say we don't need, that is our prompt, right? We don't need to say anything, so this should be input. Okay, if user input is equal to 1, we want to do something here. Elif user input is equal to 2, we want to do something here. And then else we want to continue. Right, and in order to keep this going, what we want to do is right here we want to run clear terminal, right? We need to implement a clear terminal function. Right? So I'm probably just going to pull that from my other file I have. So we'll clear the terminal, we'll display while true. We want to do the following. So we're going to loop continuously displaying this menu. If the user does not provide an input, all right, Noah says, continue is for loops and you're not in a loop. I was just getting there. Oftentimes we'll just keep going and then I'll go back and add the while and just I'll create the system, whatever, the loop I want to do, and then I'll just put it under the while loop at the very end sometimes. Ooh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, so while true, we will display this user menu and we clear terminal. So let me actually go over, launch up my GitHub. Or no, let me, I'll go here. Let me cd repos, cd task tracker code. I need to pull the clear terminal function from this guy. What's going on? Why's my mouse bugging out? There we go. So inside here, my trash checker, I have a clear terminal function right here. I want this. I wrote this last time. And then let's open up. Oh shoot, did not mean to do that. CD. CD repos, CD SBM code. Okay, and then we'll put clear terminal right here. And then we need to import OS. Cool. All right, so now what should happen is if when we run this, before if I were to run this program, we'd get the menu, and if I pressed something else, I would get the menu over and over again, right? Now, if I have this clear terminal function here, instead of the user getting, instead of the user getting the prompt printed in the terminal, having to use the scroll wheel over and over again to move, now what we can do is just go here and run, and we press this, we press any input besides 1 or 2, we're not getting it. Shoot, why? What happened? Run clear terminal, import OS, system quote clear. No, it's not working. Why? That's embarrassing. We're inputting OS. We're running clear terminal. Okay, we need to put, we need to put the clear terminal clears prompts. No, the clear. Oh no, because we need to put the clear right here. So if we put the clear here, now we get it. Perfect. All right, let's read some comments here. All right, brother, I hope your coding session goes smoothly. See you in another live stream. Thanks, William. I appreciate you jumping in. Have a good rest of your day. Noah Zyme says, have you looked into Fast API? No, actually, I haven't looked into anything, machine learning, API related AI. I haven't really dove into that yet. I've been trying to just get these object-oriented programming, algorithms, data structures, try to get all these building blocks under me before I really make these strides for, like, really advanced topics. But, yeah. Awesome, William. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. That's really awesome. I'm trying to build a community of programmers where we're all working together in a friendly environment, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So now, if the user presses anything besides the desired prompts, then we just are going to be in this loop here. So if the user presses 2, we're going to do sys.exit, right? So we need to import sys. Noah says, Michael, your homework is to do Fast API. No building blocks. You'll learn as you go. Dive into the deep, and you'll learn faster. So sorry, I'm stuttering like crazy. What do you suggest I do with it? What can I do with APIs? Like, I know that they are specific keys registered to users for retrieving data from sources outside of things. I'm not exactly sure, but what is the use, and what could I use it for in this context? Appreciate your comments though. Okay, so we have our main function here, and we open the Small Business Manager 1.0 version 1.0 by Michael Deming. Let's just change. I don't like the V. Let's just change this to V version 1.0 like that. Cool. So if we enter, let's go Control C here, clear this, run. All right, if we enter 2 here, we should exit out of the program now. No. Why? Sys.exit. Oh. Why is our program exit? Sys.exit. Input is taking in a string. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Good. Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate that. Good catch. So what Justin says, so why I wasn't getting this response right is I'm not detecting. I need to make this an integer, or sorry, this is an integer two rather than a string value of two. So I need to put that. Thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate it. That's exactly what this stream is perfect for. I love that. That was so cool. Okay, so now instead, if we run this program and we press 2, we should exit. Perfect. Justin is a G. Thanks, Justin. All right. Cool. So now we have that. So now when we get into our 1 here, what do we want to do? When we enter 1, we want to launch the actual menu for the program. So this is going to be main menu, or we'll call this run system. Run system. Right. So if the user presses 1, we run system. So now this is where we have to get creative, everybody. So before we were just using menus. Now, I need to design a menu in a way that's going to be interactive, simple, and provide the vital information, but not be so complex that it's annoying. Now, I'm not using like a GUI in this case. My first pass at this program, version 1.0, I'm going to just use Terminal. And then when I get it working and get it established like I did with the task tracker, then I'm going to move on and create a Tkinter GUI, and I have some ideas based on that. Noah says, after this problem, you should learn Fast API, and I'll guide you through. And then I'll be like Neo, telling you everything you need to do, and just trust everything will work out. Awesome. That sounds fun. We've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes. This is the longest stream I've ever done to date. This was the celebratory stream for 100 subs on the channel. So big shout out, round of applause to you guys for providing me this opportunity. This couldn't be done without you guys, and I'm having a lot of fun learning how to code, teaching myself a new skill alongside with you guys that are also learning new skills. So in my menu, now I can have a bunch of options like inventory. I'm going to go to the restroom really quick though. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I was muted the whole time. No. Oh no, I was muted, you guys. Anyways, I was just saying I'm back. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just went to the bathroom, but I was muted. Anyways, I'm gonna stream for about 10 more minutes, you guys. So if you're new to the stream and just stopped in, I'm sorry. I apologize. Been streaming for about 4 hours now, but I am going to stream for about 10 more minutes and stop at the 4 hour mark. But I will be back tomorrow, guaranteed. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll go over the more of these reinforcement problems from chapter 2 of the DSA in Python, and then we will continue on to chapter 3, hopefully. And we will also continue adding on more menus and functionality into our small business manager project we're working on here. So thank you guys so much for watching for today, but I'll stream for about 10 more minutes here until we hit the 4 hour mark. This has been the longest stream I've done so far for learning Python, and this is to congratulate the channel on 100 subscribers. So thanks so much to you guys. We have a couple new people. Sarah, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Feel free to join the Discord in the description below, where I post all of the resources for the learning I'm doing, whether it be CS50P, Python Crash Course, DSA in Python. I'll be posting, the solutions to the problem sets I did when I completed CS50P, stuff like that. So if you're interested in getting all that kind of back access information, it's all free. It's all free for learning. This is an environment for everybody to come together and learn. So we got cut action take 9, no sound. Yeah, sorry, I was muted there for a second. Yusuf, thanks so much for joining and leaving a comment. What's my goal? Yeah, I started Python about 6 months ago. It was my first introduction to programming. I've never coded before in my life, and I've so far created a couple of projects and having a lot of fun. I have a degree. I'm 25. I have a degree from a state school in human biology, and I have a minor in chemistry. And I work currently a 9 to 5 as a formulation chemist for a biotech company. And so I thought that by learning programming, it would gain some additional skills. And it's always been something I wanted to do. And since I've been actually getting into it, sounds something that I really enjoy doing. And I use this stream as a way to not only hold myself accountable, but to reinforce concepts, study, and provide resources to other individuals that may be in a similar situation as myself. So if that's something that interests you, please feel free to consider to follow along. Sorry, I give that ramble a lot, you guys, throughout the stream. I just want to make sure everybody kind of is along the same vibe and knows what's going on in the stream, because we are fairly new. So thanks so much for bearing with me, you guys. Okay, so we have our main function here, which we run the loop, we cleared out the terminal, and we prompt the menu with this menu. We create menu, right? We ask the user for some sort of input, and then if the user provides a 1, we actually run our system. And if the user provides a 2, we actually exit out from this point on. Now, I like to have this little check here just in case the program got ran on accident or something and you want to just quickly bow out. Now, so this is kind of optional. So let's go ahead and create the def run system, right? So for those that are new, though, I am working on this app called a Small Business Manager. I currently own a small business with my girlfriend where we resell, thrifted and secondhand goods, and we find them new homes for a good and solid, fair deal and price. And we like to, help out the environment along the same lines and at the same time. And throughout the 2-3 years we've been established, I've had to do all the cash flow and inventory tracking manually. And so I'm creating a system here that will generate tax documents, track all that inventory, cash flow, and provide my accountant with the necessary information he needs in order to, be successful in the business. And so I can create less work for myself. So by implementing a program and learning and doing some work now, I can save myself a lot of time in the future. So let's go ahead and we have create menu here. We have run system. So in run system, we're going to create a menu. We're going to clear the terminal, and we're going to create a menu called, we're going to have F string here. Our prompt will be, please select, or welcome to, we'll say small business manager or we need system name, right? Rather than this, we can input system name. System name. So we'll prompt the system name and we'll say so in our menu items, I think, so these are going to be the main categories, and now we'll have sub menus within them, but these will be the main categories. Hold on, we got White Raven. I'm just getting started with Python and YouTube recommended your channel. I'm happy with the algorithm for once. Awesome. I'm so happy that the YouTube algorithm is getting me to the right people. That's awesome. Thanks so much, White Raven, for joining. I appreciate you. Yes, we are learning all together here. So I create this menu using my function create menu here, which takes in a prompt and a list of options. And then what we're going to do is give it the list of options it needs. So the first one is going to be, these are going to be, we'll say like inventory is going to be the first option, just to be basic. Inventory, right? What's another major category that the business manager, these are going to be the main major categories that the business manager is going to be able to perform. So you have inventory, which is going to be able to, display inventory, add it, track it, whatever. You have I think one could be called transactions, right? So you have inventory and transactions. So under inventory, all the things that would fall under inventory. So let me like create a sticky here. Come on. Window, float on top. So we have like main menu items. So 1 would be the inventory. 2 would be the transactions. Right? So within the inventory, we have some options that we can perform. We want to be able to add new items, right? We want to be able to edit existing items, right? We want to be able to Yusuf, I'm not following anything at the moment. I've been reading books to solidify my learning and increase my knowledge, but I'm doing this all from just the top of my head, brainstorming. So we can add new items, edit existing items, obviously remove items. We need to be able to, what else do you guys think we would need to be able to do functions to perform on the inventory? We want to display, obviously, inventory, display items. What else? Display them, filter. So within the actually displaying of the items, we want to filter them like we did in the previous project. When we display them, okay, yeah, so filter. Noah says he's learning by doing projects is the way God intended man to learn programming. So funny. All right, so we can display items. What else do we need to add in for the actual inventory menus? Display, filter, edit. I think that that's kind of it so far. So that's inventory. So transactions is going to be our second main system log here, or function. So for in transactions, we can so would we want to have the transition from item to for sale item happen within the inventory tab or within the transactions tab? probably within the transactions tab. So item to for sale item. So this would be, okay, so sold item, right? Item sold. What other transactions are there? There's items sold. There is item listed, right? You can transact by listing an item. You can transact by selling an item. So we don't want to actually remove the items from the inventory here. They need to be transacted, and there needs to be a log showing the transactions taking place. So White Raven says, for the inventory, would we want to search for a specific item's name? That's a good one. Searching is good. Yes, of course. So edit existing items. Okay, yeah, good. So inventory, display. So within display items could be, so I think display items would be like the search, right? This would be captured within the search. And within the filter, we could either display item in number 1, like if the item has, through the system, was given the item 001. You could take item number 1 and bring that back, or you could filter items 1 through this, or items by date through this, or items on date this. So there's a couple of different ways that we can filter. So we can filter via date. We can filter via size. We can filter date, size. We have multiple dates we can filter by, like date listed, dates, all that stuff. So dates, so another thing we need to keep in mind is inventory encompasses items, for sale items, and sold items. So searching is sort of under display. Yeah, you got exactly. Quantity or stock. Yeah, so we have quantity or stock within the actual parameter. So this is mainly just things that we can manipulate. So like edit existing items. This could be like, update the existing quantity and things like that. You could update them here. So remove items, display items, filter by date, by size, you could filter by price. There's a lot of different filter mechanisms that you could do. It can get really elaborate really fast. So that's why I'm thinking that it's going to be difficult to display all this information with just verbal prompts and verbal menus in a terminal. That's why having a UI would be so useful. But I'm just not there yet. I don't want to dive into that yet. It's going to be a big learning curve. Brand would be, yeah, brand too. Definitely. There's a ton of filters. Maybe keep it simple. Yeah, so we could definitely just start small and add in features as we go. But we don't want to add in so many features right now that it's taking forever for us to get the product out the door. You know how you can make a UI though? Fast API. I'll have to look into it. I have no idea what that is. I've heard of it obviously, but I've never, messed around with it. So White Raven, these are like clothing items. So I currently like manage a small business with my girlfriend where we resell and secondhand goods that we source. And we try to differ from our competitors, but that we don't like to price gouge secondhand goods. We really like to just find new homes for secondhand goods, thus ultimately saving the environment. And my girlfriend is really likes to thrift and source goods, so this is mainly as a way for her to supplement her own hobby. I've created this kind of business as a way for her to pretty much pay for her hobby. And so by doing this, I've been having to manually track all these inventories and sales and switch over when it was sold or not. And maybe if I can just create a program that it can just do all this for me, that'd be cool. But so it's currently 8:45, guys. We've been streaming over 4 hours today, so such a long stream. And thanks you so much for sticking with me this far. It's currently 458 total views for the stream, which I think is my largest by far. This was the 100 subscriber special stream today. I'll be streaming tomorrow for another 3 or 4 hours, give or take. So feel free to subscribe and follow along if you want to be there for that, and we can reconnect tomorrow. Do you have a website or just a local business? It is just we only operate through Instagram right now and through sales because we're a small business, so we are able to communicate one-to-one with our customers through Instagram DMs. My girlfriend is able to interact with them one-on-one and create those sales and be more of a personal transaction, and we like it that way for the most part. So yeah, it's called Birdie Rose Clothes on Instagram. BIRDIEROSE Clothes on Instagram. It's pretty cool. It's a vintage women's clothing brand. We are expanding into unisex though at the moment and starting to advertise, some more masculine type of clothing. But she just has a specialty in the feminine industry right now, so that's what we were mainly focused in for the time being. But we're starting to branch out into unisex. Awesome. W stream. Appreciate the love, Samuel. Appreciate the love. This awesome. If you guys want me to keep streaming, I'll keep streaming and learning. This is exactly what this is for. Okay, so we have a good kind of solid basis now of how we can go about starting this system. I'm going to move my terminal over to the left hand of my screen, though, to kind of free up some more room. And then I'll put this guy right here. Cool, like so. All right, White Raven said, or Noah says, Michael, I DM'd you on Discord. You should take a look when you have a chance. All right, I'll take a peek when you get it. White Raven says, I joined your Discord at the time. Do you normally stream? I really like your project, man. I have a few good ideas. I like to. I have a 9 to 5 throughout the week, Monday through Friday. So I stream usually around. I get on about 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm located in California, so I usually get around about 7 p.m. and usually I'll try to get off around 9. Stream about 2, maybe 3 hours Monday through Friday in normal circumstances, but obviously today is Black Friday and Thanksgiving, so I had today off. But I will, I stream. I try to stream every day because this is my hobby, is learning new things, learning new skills. I code and I play guitar and I work in my lab. That's my life, and I take my dog out on a walk. But yeah, so Noah says I'm at 129 subs. That's so cool. Awesome, guys. Thank you. That's really, I started at the stream at 107, so we gained over 22. That's nuts. Such crazy. So crazy. All right. I'm kind of being repetitive, and I bet I'm being annoying with repeating myself over and over again. But again, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Follow along, and we can reconnect tomorrow and jump right back into this Python crash course. Not Python crash course. This small business manager project we're working on, as well as the data structures and algorithms book and the reinforcement problems in chapter 2, and moving on to chapter 3 tomorrow. See you guys.